this week's...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get started. I know you're taking pictures with the celebrities. I don't blame you. I do that as well. But if we can start making our way towards our seats, we're going to go ahead and get this event kicked off. The best thing for me to do is move away from this podium because it makes me disappear. You know, I'm not a very tall human, so I can't grow taller, but I can grow wider, which is what I've been trying to do. Anyway, I'm stalling so we can all get our seats real quick. Welcome everybody to Scottsdale, Arizona. The BioLimitless pre-sneak preview event. I don't think I've been more excited about anything in my career than I am about what this event is about. My name's Joshua Denny. I have the honor and privilege of hosting this morning and introducing someone who has really needs no introduction to you all, but I want to do that just because this is my hometown, and I'm excited because we have a great event today to get us all familiar with this product category and what we're doing. And I can tell you, as a product of these products, I went from 27% body fat to about 8% in the last 6 months. My life is transformed. I'm almost 50. In a couple years, I'll be 50 years old. And I feel stronger today than I did at 25. I feel more cognitively alert. I feel better health-wise, mentally, physically, spiritually than I have in decades. And a lot of this, I'd say almost all of it, has to do with what you're about to see. This goes to a whole nother level. I've spent the last few months really diving into this, and I'm excited to learn along with you with what we're about to do. I think this is something that's going to revolutionize people's lives. It's going to give us a platform and a vehicle to not only create more wealth for ourselves, more wealth for those people that we love and care about, but more importantly, I think give them more life, give them more vitality, give them something that everyone needs. And I know a lot of people have been working on their before pictures. And that's a good thing. One thing I'll say before I introduce Mr. Roma is start documenting this. Over the last 6 months, have got no less than 40 customers on a product that I don't make any money with. Simply because people are saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? I want to do it. And I've been in sales and marketing for 27 years now of my life. And like a lot of you, I've built some organizations. I've done all right in the space. But I've never encountered anything that has been this simple to transmute, to transfer the energy of. Because you will go through a change if you embrace this. So this isn't like anything I've done before. I've been in the space for a long time. It's like the last thing I want to do is another build. I don't want to go sit in a seminar. A lot of you are veterans. I see some of you in the room who've made 8 figures, 9 figures. Some of you have led people into amazing wealth. I mean, this is the who's who of our space worldwide. And you were invited here specifically because the person who has seen this before knows that you are special, that you're someone who could move the needle, you're someone who can make a change. And I don't think this is something we're going to build. I believe this is something we're going to crusade. I believe that with everything in me, and I haven't felt this way in a very long time. And the visionary behind this, one of the 3 co-founders, and someone that I have the utmost respect for because I've been in the trenches of life. You know, you only know someone when things go south. Wouldn't you agree? When everything's cheery and everything's up, it's easy to see who's who. Of course, everything's rosy, everything's great. But when the chips are down and when there's challenges, you find out what someone's really made of. And I can tell you from my own personal experience over the last 20 plus years of knowing this man and being in the trenches of business with him and watching him navigate the storms that are inevitable in any business enterprise. One thing I know for sure is I trust him. I trust his leadership. I trust his resolve, and I trust that he's going to make certain that all of us win along with him, that he would die before he betrays his own character and the character of what we're trying to build. And that gives me great privilege to introduce my good friend, Mr. Jeremy Roma. Come on, guys. Give him a great round of applause. Jeremy Roma. BioLimitless happiness.
Josh forgot to mention that I'm also his personal trainer. Hey, good morning. Wow. I got to tell you, just in the last 30 minutes to an hour of just getting to hug and talk and hear the quick words of many of you that are here, I agree with so many things that I heard today. There is a different energy about what we are going to be announcing today. There is something so courageous in the DNA of this project. And in my 20 plus years of this industry, I believe that all roads have really led to this moment. And so we're just so honored to be here today. I'm so honored to have Dr. Eric Naputi here with us today. Guys, give a round of applause to Dr. Eric. This guy is a world changer. He's a crusader. He's a brilliant innovator, and just a gift to this world. And that we get to partner with him at this level is such an honor. So today's going to be a really special day. Many of you, raise your hand if you have been under an NDA agreement. Today, about half the room. So today, that NDA agreement goes bye-bye. Today, we are going to record this whole presentation today, and we're going to make it available because we are going to build and pre-build for what I believe is going to be the biggest launch in the history of multiple industries that we're going to talk about today in Las Vegas on August the 17th at the Orleans Arena. It's going to be a global event. People from around the world will be with us. And that's when this project, BioLimitless, is going to go live. And today, even those of you that are under NDA, today we're going to be able to share things that is going to be new information for you as well. And we're going to be able to come out of this event today and do some really special things. So it's extraordinary. I want to give a special hello and congratulations. We've got over 30 leaders who flew in from Japan who are with us here today. Give it up for the Japanese powerful leaders that are here. We have, these guys have made history in Japan, created a record number of millionaires in the digital products that we have been involved with until this moment. We had a regional event there a couple of months ago. We met with the top leaders under NDA. We shared with them what's happening, what we're doing with the next project. Dr. Eric was with us, and they said this is the biggest thing we've ever seen. And so they literally are here with us today, listening to this in translation today, because they know this is it. This is the next big thing. So one more time, thank you guys. We love you, Japan. Give them a round of applause. We have it's been an amazing journey. I'll share a story with you. Some of you might have heard me tell this story before. Some of you might be the first time, but I love this story. It's a story of a young boy who had a dream of being a professional baseball player. And how many of you can relate to that? You remember being, men in the room, young boy, who always dream of being the super, sports star. And, of course, girls too, we dream and fantasize about the life that we want. Well, he was in his backyard one day, dreaming and imagining that he was in the World Series. And it was the 9th inning. The bases were loaded and the game was tied. That means he had the chance to win the game. He's in his backyard and he's got his wiffle ball and his wiffle bat. But in his mind, man, he's in the Yankee Stadium, right? He is. It's and he's picturing this. And so he steps up to the plate to be the hero that wins the game. There's 2 outs. The bases are loaded. It's the 9th inning. And he has a chance to win this game. And so he steps up to the plate and he takes his wiffle ball and his wiffle bat and he, in his imagination, looks at the crowd, people in the stadium around him, and he throws the ball up in the air and he takes his first swing at that ball and Misses the ball, strike one. Ball falls to the ground, but he's not worried. He knows he's got 2 more tries. And so the young boy reaches down, he picks up the ball, and he steps up to the plate a second time, this time with a little bit more focus. Closes his eyes. He imagines the crowd around him. He throws the ball up in the air, and he takes his second swing. Shoo! Nothing but air. Ball falls to the ground. He knows this is do or die. This is the moment. He's only got 1 more shot. That boy grabs that ball, steps up to the plate. He looks around at the crowd around him, focuses, and he throws that ball in the air with everything he has. He takes his third swing and strike 3. The ball falls to the ground. The boy reaches down, he picks up that ball with a big smile on his face. And he said, one day I'm going to be the greatest pitcher that ever played the game of baseball. How many of you know sometimes life has its pivots, right? Listen, we got this is a room full of veterans in this industry. We have many physicians and doctors as well that are here today. Thank you for joining us and being here. But how many of you know when you're a mover and a shaker, when you're a dreamer, when you're someone who says I'm gonna take my life to another level, and you go on that journey, how many of you guys know that it's not always plan A, right? There's some challenges, there's some bumps in the road, there's some pivots. But here's what's so powerful about life, isn't it? Is that it's not about the details of the journey. It's about that inner compass of the heart where we know you know what you've been created for. Maybe you don't know the details. Maybe we don't know the exact roadmap. Maybe, just like a rocket ship in orbit, it's off course a lot of times. But there's something about that tenacity to just keep going, right? That tenacity to say, I still believe. I still believe. And we come from an industry, quite frankly, if we can talk transparent. And let me say this. I love our industry. It changed my life. I love our industry. I love the good, I love the bad, I love the ugly, because all of it taught us something, right? We grew in that journey. But we're in this moment right now, globally, where there's some shifts that are happening. We're seeing it happen in technology. We're seeing it happening in the economy and e-commerce. And the world's moving fast. It's evolving fast. It's changing fast. But we have been in an industry, I'm talking about the peer-to-peer economy, the direct sales network marketing industry, the affiliate world, that quite frankly has been stuck for a really long time in one way of doing things. And it hasn't necessarily had the big pivots that the rest of the world around us has had. And those of you that are part of the Limitless community, you know that we've disrupted some of that already. But I believe that what we're going to talk about today, and what hopefully all of us get to lock arms and do together, is going to just raise the energy, the frequency, a stronger foundation for the entire industry. I believe it's going to be the most disruptive project that this industry has ever seen, because I believe that we're going to get to the root and help solve the root issues of some of the disappointments maybe that we've all experienced. And we're going to talk about some of that today, how our platform is really a disruptive model. And I think that there's so many people in this industry where we love the industry, we believe in the industry, but we're ready for something truly disruptive. We're ready to be able to tell a story that has never been told before. We're ready for a level of authenticity and transparency that maybe the industry is not familiar with until now. And I believe that we are just at this right place at this right time for this project. We have lived in the digital world in our community for the last several years. And we made a courageous decision that brings us here today to say, you know what, we cannot just hide in our digital world. Because the reality is the world of physical products, the world of tangible real products and the world of health and wellness and the world of technology. That's the ocean. That's the ocean. And we made a decision as a community of leaders that we're not just going to stay comfortable in this digital pond that we've been able to make a lot of money and help a lot of people in, but we want to step into the ocean, and we want to wrap our arms around this industry, and we want to do what has never been done before. It's one of the mantras of our Limitless community, that we are all born to do what has never been done before. And so, yeah, we just believe that. We believe that there's a DNA, a fingerprint in this group of leaders that have come together that says, hey, we're here to do what is not just for the sake of doing it, but how can we reimagine? How can we rethink? How can we take an industry that's changed all of our lives, that's brought so much value to all of us, but really help usher that industry in to its next season, to its next era, if you will. And I believe we're truly, truly, truly in front of that. The challenge for us in this process, and we knew 3-4 years ago when we began to put this platform model together we're going to talk about today, we said the day is going to come where we're going to enter into the traditional world. We're going to bring this disruption to the traditional world. But we knew that in order to do that, we had to find something so disruptive and so powerful from a product perspective that even if we did not have our disruptive business model that we're going to talk about today, even if we were doing a traditional model, even if we were doing the old school model, the product and the product category is so powerful that we could go out and become the next multi-billion-dollar project even without the disruption and the disruptive nature of our platform. And we said, if we can do both, if we can find something in the product world, the scientific technology world that's so disruptive, it's never been done, and combine it with our business model and platform that's never been done, we can just rip the limits off of the whole thing. And it took some time for that to happen, but it's happened. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So we're going to have a great time. We're going to give you some incredible information. What I want to do before we get started with the slideshow today, I want to introduce you to someone who is just one of my closest friends. I call him a mentor, a financial mentor, because the level of wealth and success that he has created in his life, not just in this industry, but in many, many businesses around the world. I learn from him. I grow from him. And if there's one thing that's really core to our philosophies around here at Limitless, it's decentralization. It's that this is not about one personality. This is not about one person's idea. This is not about ego. It's a collective, right? Some of our biggest and best breakthrough ideas have come from the community of leaders that are able to say, hey, what if this? What about that? And we really believe in that. But what I knew in this whole movement is, we all know most people, I guess, should know their strengths and their weaknesses. And Edward Kempton has just been a pillar in this project. He's one of the co-founders from the very beginning. In fact, when we launched our very first project, I had this crazy idea. I said, man, what if we could do network marketing on blockchain and smart contracts? And I had this whole idea of a crowdfunding model. And I remember calling Edward. He's like, well, I'm in Vegas right now with my family. I was like, I'll meet you there tomorrow. And we sat at Earth Cafe on a napkin with a pen and paper, and I'm drawing out this business idea. I'm saying, man, I think this is the answer for our industry. I think this is it. And I remember Edward going, I got to call my other partner because we got to stop everything we're doing and go all in on this. And we became partners from the very beginning. We've been friends for a very long time. And he's just his wisdom, his patience, his heart and his love for people, his genuineness, his authenticity, is such a foundation within our community. And I believe that's also, a secret to this industry. I used to think when I was young and dumb, I used to think compensation plan was everything. I, thought I knew something. I'd say, well, show me your comp plan. Show me your comp plan. And I thought, well, no, that, product's everything. Product's the most important thing. Product's what matters most. But I'll tell you, as I've grown and evolved, here's my opinion. I think it's the people that matter most. I think it's who are the leaders in the company, who are the decision makers. I believe that is the most important ingredient. And because when you find the right team and you find the right people, listen, you're going to have amazing comp plan. You're going to have amazing products, right? That's all going to be a part of it. But I've seen so many great products and so many great compensation plans not survive in this industry because they didn't have the right foundation of founders. They didn't have the right foundation of leaders and leadership culture. And Edward Kempchin has helped build this culture from day one. And he's my partner, he's my friend, he's my mentor, he's one of the founders of Limitless. So guys, help me welcome, before we get into the PowerPoint today, help me welcome to the stage my good friend, co-founder of Limitless, Edward Kempchin.
Thank you, guys. Jeremy, thank you. Yeah, I remember when Jeremy called me. It was actually 4 years ago. I was in Las Vegas. If you guys remember, there was a big fires in Oregon 4 years ago. So I was escaping that fire. I was in Las Vegas, and he calls me. He says, "Bro, I need to talk." I go, "Let's talk." He goes like, "No, I need to see you." But we talk every day, But he wants to see me to talk. And I remember this just like yesterday. He drove from LA to Las Vegas, and we sat probably just for 1 hour, and right there changed all my plans because I was already working on different plans. Who is not here right now, Ilya Manin, who's our third partner, and that's how we started basically our first project. But what I want to say just really quick, because we have a very, very exciting things to share today. Very exciting things. Some of the things, probably there's only a handful of people who heard a little bit about it, not everything. So I'm not going to take too much time. I'm just going to take a few things, and that's it. In business, the biggest thing in order to succeed, if you have a partner, partnership is everything. It starts from there. I've seen a lot of businesses with great ideas. They fell apart just because of a partners got in fight, or they don't trust each other, or something like that, right? So when Jeremy showed me his crazy idea, by the way, guys, Jeremy, he's genius. When with ideas, I haven't met anyone in my life how Jeremy thinks. He's brain wired differently, so he has some special thoughts. He can take something and create an amazing something, right? So, and when he shared with me, I knew from beginning that's genius, and I had no doubt this is the guy I can partner with. I never partnered in my life. I've done a lot of business. I have a lot of successful business. I never partnered with anyone just because I never seen a partner right. And before that, there was Ilya, I was planning to partnership to do a hedge fund. We were working on a hedge fund to set up, and we were just working on one country. But when Jeremy told me about it, I said, we got to bring Ilya too, because I cannot tell him cancel. I already committed, right? So three of us became like brothers. My wife, Jeremy's wife, they always joke that we talk to each other more than to them, which is true. You have to, right? It's a business. You have to. I mean, in business, partnership is, in my opinion, is even more important than on a trust level and everything than in marriage. And I'll tell you why. Because in marriage, if you screw up, you have this romance that can kind of forgive fast, right? In the business partner, it's not. It's different. So, three of us are very solid. We trust each other with everything. If Jeremy tells me something, 100% I trust. If Ilya tells me something, there's no doubt, I trust, right? Same thing goes back from me to them. And interesting enough, we met another person who became our fourth brother. He's sitting in the back over there. We call him, he's our little brother. But when we talked about health, he's our big brother. He's like 100 years older than us when it comes to the health industry, right? This is Dr. Eric. So, I'm very honored to work with Dr. Eric. He's amazing. The personality, everything. When you guys gonna hear everything from him, you will understand how big what we're doing. This is gonna be one of the biggest. There's no doubts. There's no hype. Nothing. You will say it yourself. This is the biggest you have ever seen. What we're doing, because we're not. I'll have Dr. Eric say it. I don't want to say too much, right? But another thing is what's really important, this community. This community is exactly the same as we are. We are partners. There's no difference between us and you. We're the same partners. There's people in this room are so dear to me. The Japanese community, they flew. We did not invite them. We didn't say, hey, come on over. They called and said, we want to come. I go, but this is for North America, I'm thinking. This is only like for North America. We even called the chat, take over North America, right? Or something like this. So, of course you can come. So, we got like 30 people from Japan. These are strong leaders. And Japan they all understand. We just spent some time in Tokyo. And this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to pass it to Jeremy. So I spent a lot of time talking to Dr. Eric back and forth. But in Tokyo, we had a special connection. Every morning, because time zones, we wake up like at 4 in the morning, and we're waiting with him when the restaurant is going to open to go for breakfast. And I don't know how, I used to do this with Jeremy, but for some reason, and everything has a reason why. For this time, Jeremy was sleeping in. I don't know why. So I spend a lot of time every morning talking to personal things with Dr. Eric, and he shared with me a lot of stuff. He opened his heart, and I shared with him my stuff. And we connect, and I seen him from inside, from his heart. And after we had this event in Japan, there was some lady gave him a note. So, and he opened this note in front of me, and he read it to me about in this what this note said. And this lady, she had some kind of disease that she was, I think, from 13 years old or something. The doctor told them, and she was preparing to die. And she's our leader. She's a great leader, and I didn't know that. And when he read it, and he goes like, Edward, I can change that. He tells me like I could see like 100% believe in him that I can change that easily. He said we just have to do this, and this, and that's it. We can change it. And he said, "This is what I'm doing." He was like so sincere. He was so like committed to this. You could see he's doing this not for different reasons. He's doing this because he's born to do this. It was in his heart. So it was very emotional, and when he said that, I felt it because I'm doing this business exactly for same reasons. I'm not doing this business to make money. I don't need to. I'm doing this for completely like it's a mission. Those who know me, and there's quite a few people in this room who knows me very close, they know exactly what I mean. So I want to call back Jeremy, my brother, my business partner, and kind of continuing. But what I want to say is we're succeeding because of you guys. Because the partnership we have not is just between 3 of us or 4 of us. The partnership is all with you. And at the end of this event, you will understand clearly, you will have a clear picture why I said this partnership with all of us. Jeremy?
Awesome. All right, we're going to get into some information. Before we do, I want to play a quick video just to create the energy. Dr. Eric and his team created this video, and guys, we're going to be bringing Dr. Eric up shortly, but we want to lay the foundation so that he can really run today and deliver what he has to deliver. So I think this is going to work. I think there's audio. I don't know why there's no audio. We'll come back to that later. So I'm going to make a statement right now. I'm going to come down off the stage here and just hang out with you. I'm going to make a statement right now that is pretty radical. And then over the next few slides, we're going to show you how real this statement is, in my opinion, and see if you agree. Not only does BioLimitless check all of the boxes that any peer-to-peer influencer could ask for, but we have created new boxes that the industry never even knew were possible. And I believe that's what a disruption is. How many of y'all agree if this is a true statement, we got our hands on something good? So let's dive in. I just wanted to identify what are some of the disruptors that we have in this business model that I believe separate us from anything that's ever been done in the world before. So first of all, guys, we are using blockchain technology for the genealogy. Now, if you've been in this industry, how many of you have ever seen a situation where folks are getting back-end deals in the industry? Yeah. How many of y'all have ever seen a situation where you've seen teams or leaders moved around and repositioned in organizations? Where all of a sudden you've been building for 3 years and the new guy joins and he somehow ends up overriding your work. It's not ethical in our opinion. It's not the way things should be. How many of you ever had a company take your check away? I bet I talked to a dozen leaders just yesterday as we're talking through some of this, and the stories I heard were mind-blowing, where literally they poured their lives to build a company, went and looked at another company or supported a friend at an event at another company, whatever it might be, and the company said, "You're done. We're taking your check. We're kicking you out." Yuck! Yeah, that's disgusting, right? We create this culture in the industry that says you work for yourself. It's all about freedom. We're building lifetime residual income. But the reality is the industry has not delivered on that promise ever. There's fear. It's been a fear-dominated environment, right? And so imagine having permanent genealogy on the blockchain that says we can't move a team or reposition. Permanent on the blockchain, no ability to kick someone out, no ability to cut someone in. Blockchain technology changes everything because you cannot change the blockchain. What is on the blockchain is permanent on the blockchain. And we said, what if we could do network marketing genealogy on the blockchain? And there's no button that anybody can push that could ever interfere or change the recorded record of what has been done. Our society longs for this. This will be the first time ever in the history of this industry that a physical product, health and wellness project ever in the history of this industry was done on the blockchain. We did it in the digital world. But what we're doing right now has never, ever, 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 ever even been tried. When we launched our first blockchain project 4 years ago, people told us it's impossible. You cannot do network marketing on the blockchain. It's too difficult. It's too many calculations. It's not going to work. And I love being told we can't do something. It drives me. And they were almost right. They were almost right. We were this close to them being right. But we didn't give up. We didn't quit. We found the best developers in the world, and we delivered on that promise of network marketing on the blockchain. Smart contracts for all compensation plan. This is a disruptor in our industry. Payouts are instant and guaranteed. Instant payouts, wallet to wallet. Full transparency of where every dollar goes. How many of y'all ever wish you could look under the hood of a compensation plan and say, what are they really paying in that bonus pool? Is it really 3%? Is it, right? Is the breakage really doing it right? With smart contracts, it's a permanent, immutable contract. It's code that cannot be changed. And so when we launch a comp plan and say this, when John buys this, these are the things that happen. They happen instantly, and no one has the ability to change what is in that code. This is the power of smart contracts and blockchain. Someone doesn't have the ability to say, well, John's not going to get paid anymore because John's promoting some other deal. Can't do it. If they're on the blockchain and they're getting paid through smart contracts, it's instant payout. Nobody can change it. Guarantees full payout. And the smart contracts are immutable. This is a game changer in our industry. No more of a company calculating revenue and saying, okay, we're going to pay out this week, whatever. Literally, money comes in. The money that's allocated to each party instantly pays out to the wallets of each party. Instantly. Never been done in the history of the physical product world in this industry. It's a game changer. Compensation plan. We are doing some of the most disruptive things ever in the compensation plan world. Let me give you just the first example, and I think you'll agree. 100% comp plan payout from breakage pools. Let me explain what that means. Raise your hand if you have some history in the network marketing industry. Everyone in the room except all the doctors. I love it. And some of the doctors. What is breakage? Breakage says, in order to qualify for this commission, you have to meet these requirements. If you don't meet these requirements, you don't get paid that certain percentage of commission or whatever. Breakage is the company saying, and when you don't qualify to get paid for that commission, the money comes back to the company. And let me tell you, part of what created this passion for us is I had the opportunity to actually look under the hood of some companies in our industry, and what I realized is they're designing the compensation plan to create more breakage, number one, and that breakage is going back to the company, and in many cases they're making more money on the breakage. In other words, a company say, we pay up to 40% commissions, but in reality they're paying 15 to 20. And the rest goes back to the company. We created the first ever breakage pool using smart contracts, which means whenever there is breakage in the compensation plan, it doesn't go to the company, it goes to bonus pools for the community. And the entire community can earn 100% of the breakage in the rewards plan. It's never been done in the history of this industry. But we said, hey, right? We said, hey, if we got 40% or 45%, whatever, to pay out, baby, we're paying it out. We are paying it out. And talk about an incentive for the community. It's never been done in the history of the industry. Where'd that remote go? Oh, here it is. Got it. So it reminds me of another story. Husband and wife were laying in bed one night, and it's getting ready to go to bed, and all of a sudden, the wife feels the husband's hand touching her arm. She looks over and she smiles. She goes, okay. 20, 30 seconds later, she feels the husband's hand on her hair. She says, all right. 20, 30 seconds later, she feels the husband's hand on her leg. And she goes, okay, baby. And then all of a sudden he stops. About a minute goes by and she goes, what's wrong, baby? And he said, I found the remote. Top leaders. How many of you have ever poured your heart, your soul, your life, your blood, your belief, your vision, your name, your reputation into building a company, into building something, and at the end of the day realized you owned nothing? We're going to be, I don't know if we're the first. I think we might be. We're definitely the first to do it in full transparency and on the blockchain. First ever equity bonus pool for top leaders. Where you go out and not based on driving monthly performance, but based upon a cumulative volume. Because how many of y'all agree? Some people build fast, some people build slow, but how many of y'all agree a true leader is someone who says, at the end of the day, I get there. I get where I'm set my eyes to go. Every leader who participates, and we're going to give all the details in August, but you're going to have an opportunity to qualify what we believe is going to be the biggest bonus pool in the history of the industry. We believe that this bonus pool for top leaders will become an 8-figure a year bonus pool, certainly 7 and multiple 7-figure potential, because we're going to build an empire together, and we are going to give the people, the leaders who build this, real equity in the entire deal. It's never been done at this level in the history of the industry. The comp plan is designed to reward all the right behaviors at every level, right? We know we need part of the comp plan for the little guy to get excited. He wants to make a couple $1,000. The middle guy who says, man, if I can make 50,000, 100,000 a year, that's life changing. And then the person who says, no, I'm going for 7 figures a year, 7 figures a month. You got to have it all, right? We've got that in there. Cumulative volume, not monthly, to unlock generations. That's a disruptor. Because people say all the time, a compensation plan drives behavior. And that's true, and it does, right? People say, what do I got to do to get paid? It drives behavior. But there's a fine line between driving behavior and manipulating behavior. Fine line between rewarding behavior in a healthy, transparent way and doing it in a way that actually is designed to create breakage. So we said, you know what? Let's reward people for their lifetime effort. And if it takes someone 6 months to do something, great. Let's give them the unlocks. If someone else does it in 1 month, great. They get there faster. But we wanted to create a part of the rewards plan that said this is not based upon just driving and whatever, but where a person can go at their own pace, but still reap the benefits of compounded interest in their work. We will have bonus pools that do have monthly volume requirements as well, because we do want to reward the people that are building fast. Long-term equity for top leaders based on cumulative volume. You can maximize our rewards plan with 2 teams or more. Built-in compression for all of the payouts. And everything pays through the smart contracts instantly. Instantly. So definitely a disruptive comp plan. You'll learn more of the details in August. But here's where the game gets fun. And this is why I'm so excited to be partnering with Dr. Eric. Because as I said before, we've got our hands on something. But guys, how many of y'all agree, as exciting as some of this business model stuff is, if we were here today to talk about, I don't know, protein shakes or, whatever, maybe, how many of y'all agree it wouldn't be as exciting of a conversation, right? I mean, there's great products in the industry, but we said we can't do something that's never been done before with a product that's been done 100 times. Right? We gotta do what's never been done before with a product and a technology and a roadmap that's never been done before. So we have it. Dr. Eric's going to break down all the products today, but here's some of the boxes that checks for the initial product we're launching in August. First of all, I think it's important that you do have an instant gratification product if possible. Because how many of y'all agree if people try something and go, oh my God, this is amazing, I feel amazing, and they're going to tell people about it, right? It's a great little check mark. You got to have quantifiable, measurable, and tangible long-term results. You can't just tell someone this is good for your health. They got to be able to go and do some blood work and come back 3 months later and go, oh my goodness, my inflammation levels are down. Oh my goodness, my blood pressure is down. Oh my God. And they got to see, right? Oh my goodness, my workouts are going to another level. Whatever it might be. There has to be tangible results. We are in front of absolutely the number one emerging health trend in the world. But here's the power of it, guys. Until August the 17th. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys are familiar with peptides? Peptides. How many of you are familiar with peptide therapy? Peptides are revolutionary. Dr. Eric's going to give you all the science on it, but peptides are short-chain amino acids that signal your cells to do a specific job, and there are peptides for everything. I'll give you an example. Anybody ever heard of Ozempic? Right now, this huge, it's actually a diabetes injection, but right now it's like the number one, weight loss trend going on in the world right now. Did you know the only single active ingredient in Ozempic is a peptide called semaglutide? No other ingredient. They literally took an amino acid and they're charging $1,000 a month for this thing. It's crazy. Peptides for mental health. Peptides for energy. Peptides for muscle gain. There's peptides that can make your skin turn tan. There's peptides that can make your skin turn bright. Lighten your skin, darken your skin. I mean, there's peptides for everything. There's thousands of peptides, but there's some peptides out there that listen, there's peptides that reduce your inflammation. There's peptides that heal the gut. There's peptides that literally can transform a person, their health. And it's this huge emerging trend. The wellness clinics, the doctor's offices. My wife and I were in Phuket, Thailand last year. We went to one of the top-rated wellness centers in the world because she was dealing with some stuff. The only thing they did after running the tests, the blood scans, whatever, they sent her home with 4 peptides. Here's your prescription for 4 peptides. Here's the problem. Until August the 17th, the only way to get the power of peptides into your body, and a lot of people are doing it, is through injections. It's through injections. And what Dr. Eric and his team of scientists have put together is a proprietary delivery mechanism, clinically proven to make it all the way into the small intestine through oral consumption. For the first time in the history of the world, we are going to deliver peptides through oral delivery mechanism. It's a game changer. Game changer. That same technology applies to exosomes that are derived from stem cells. How many of you are familiar with stem cell therapy? Again, very expensive. You got to inject it. We're going to be bringing to the world the very first oral delivery mechanism, not hype, not it goes into your belly and comes out when you go to the bathroom type thing. We're talking about actual proven science that gets the exosomes all the way into the body. Past the gut, into the small intestine. Never been done before. We own the proprietary delivery mechanism. We are going to bring solutions to the world that the world has never seen. And I'm telling you, the trend, this is the first time in my career in this industry where Google will be my best friend. Rabu called me the other day. He said, hey, tell me about the core product we're launching with. Tell me about those peptides. To Google it. So after I told him that, I said, let me Google it too. And I'm telling you, go in and Google peptides in any issue that a person wants to improve in their life. Any issue. In their body, in their health. There are peptides that have been scientifically, clinically proven that outperform medications all day long. And here's what's powerful about peptides. Again, all they are is short chain amino acids. That's it. They're natural. They literally are derived from protein. Your body breaks down protein into these peptides. That's it. But you have to inject them until August the 17th. We got it. Wait till Dr. Eric comes up. Wait till Dr. Eric comes up. You think I'm joking? Part of the phase 2 we're going to talk about today is a hair regrowth formula that's been clinically proven using stem cells and exosomes to actually regrow hair. We got it. It's being formulated. Don't judge. Dr. Eric hasn't started using it yet. Phase 1, August 17th. Phase 2, we launch in Dubai, February of 2025. Phase 2 at our next global event in Dubai. And Phase 3, we're starting the crowdfunding on August 17th. And Phase 3 will start going live in 2025. We're going to cover that today. We have disruptive precision health technology, the most advanced DNA testing that delivers game-changing precision information about your genetic code and how to maximize your personal health at a cellular level. And it's all accessible through a BioLimitless app. We're not talking about some shallow DNA tests. Look, some of these guys are selling these tests for $1,000 and they're measuring 10 different biomarkers, 10 different aspects. Dr. Eric's going to talk today about why our epigenetic DNA testing is like no other testing that's being done out there in the traditional world, and the power to unlock the secret to your health, what you want out of life, what your body needs. Because everybody is different, and what may thrive for you and your DNA may actually be the kryptonite for somebody else. But most people don't know that. We're going to make this available to the world as part of our launch on August the 17th. Another disruption, crowdfunding model. Guys, we have a goal. This is so powerful. I can't wait for Dr. Eric to talk about this. But we are going to open up 200 BioLimitless centers of excellence all around the world, countries, regions, cities, all around the world that are going to deliver the highest level of testing, the highest level of technology, the most trained doctors and physicians in the world, the highest level of nutrition. This has never been done in the history of the industry, and we are going to be able to crowdfund this so you and I as a community own these centers. Powerful. It's never been done. It's a game changer. We're going to talk more about that on August the 17th as well. In our launch in the United States, this part of the project begins with accredited investors only in the United States. Within the next 6 months, our legal team said it'll probably be more like 4 months. We will have the completion done for our Reg A registration, which means we'll also be able to offer this to retail investors. But for the crowdfunding model in phase 1 in the United States, a person will have to make at least $250,000 a year in income, or $300,000 a year as a couple, or have a net worth of $1 million or more in order to be able to contribute and invest into this clinic crowdfunding model. But how many of y'all agree there's a whole lot of folks in that category, and this is a powerful opportunity. And then after that, we will be able to open it up even to the retail investors. This has never been done before in the industry, an influencer model. There's always been a sort of competition between selling a brand or a product publicly and those of us that are in network marketing. In our model, doctors, clinics, and influencers will be able to sell BioLimitless products at a higher retail price than you and I. So if somebody's buying it through the network, they're going to get the lowest price possible. But there are social media influencers, there's health clinics, there's doctors who they're going to want to offer this nutrition, these testing, etc. to the public. They can, but they're going to do it at a retail price. The doctors, clinics, influencers, etc. will earn a 20% of all retail sales. We ship direct to customer, but they make a 20-cent affiliate fee to sell the product. Listen to this. 20% of every single dollar of product sold outside of the network goes back into the bonus pools and pays the community. Never been done. Never been done. A collaboration between, I call it brand harmony. We've never had brand harmony between the retail market and the influencer market and the direct sales market. We are the backbone of this, but we welcome the retail market. We welcome the clinics. We welcome the influencers because it only drives the power of the brand, and it comes back ultimately to reward the community. You're going to see this demonstrated this afternoon. We have a disruptive, first time ever, an AI sales agent that every single person who's sharing these products will have direct access to. You're on the phone with John. John watches a video, goes, man, this is awesome. How can this peptide help with my XYZ? And you say, you know what? Let's ask the AI. And you put them on a phone call. We're going to demo it today. You're going to talk to the AI today. Put them on a phone call. And the AI has an interactive conversation with your network, your friend, your prospect, and answers every question they have about everything you're going to learn about here today. No more being a customer service rep. No more having to be the product expert that explains everything. We now have an AI tool, and it can operate through text message or voice, either way. And we're going to combine this with a full digital marketing system through an app that allows you to have literally say, okay, I'm going to send out this 3-minute video. We're going to have a whole marketing system go live in August 17th with the AI expert integrated into that as well. And you're going to get to see it in action later today. All of this is being built on our own blockchain. So our team that we've been working with for over 3 years, Alex and his team, came to us a year and a half ago and said, man, we feel like it's time for us to build our own blockchain because there's so many advantages, and we knew it was perfect for this project. So by building on our own blockchain, here's some advantages that we have. It allows us to transfer in existing genealogies. That means if you have a leader out there that says, look, I'm ready to go all in, I have a team I've already built. I have a genealogy already built. But I don't want everybody to have to come in and go through a referral link and do this to keep that genealogy. We can transfer that genealogy into the blockchain. Every person in the genealogy has a wallet automatically created for them that's linked to their existing sponsor in whatever deal they're coming in from. Game changer. It allows us to bridge onboarding from all major blockchains. So we've been using the Tron blockchain up till now. We will continue, but we can use Ethereum, we can use Polygon. It opens the door now for people to use MetaMask. If you're a blockchain person, you understand what that means. But we want to open the door and say we can start onboarding people. Doesn't have to be on the Tron network. It's going to open up a whole lot of all of the other options. It's going to allow us to onboard with credit cards and debit cards. Now, for those those that are here today that aren't part of our community, you're like, what's the big deal about that? Isn't that the only way to do it? But in Limitless, with blockchain technology, we are onboarding people through digital wallets, right? We're using cryptocurrency, USDT, to onboard people with digital wallets. One of the barriers to entry sometimes in that environment is people aren't familiar with that. So this will be live on August the 17th. We're testing it right now to make sure everything's working. There'll be some fees for people that choose to use the debit cards. There's a conversion fee they'll pay to the company that we're partnering with for this. But people will be able to onboard with a credit card, debit card. It'll create their wallet instantly. When they make the purchase, their wallet will be credited. By the way, check this out. When you purchase the product, when someone this, you're getting an NFT for that purchase. You then go to the BioLimitless website, claim your NFT, put your shipping information in. So that means, listen, if you got someone, you say, I got a family member, man, I think the stem cells will change their life. When you go buy a 3-month supply of the stem cell therapy, you say, hey, I'm sending you this NFT, go to this website, they're gonna ship you the product. Think about sample marketing. Right? It's powerful. Never been done before. Allows us to offer DeFi rewards in the future for earned commission. So this is powerful. When you own your own blockchain, you actually get revenue from the liquidity that sits on that blockchain, right? The USDT. And you can earn interest from that. That's what all the blockchains are doing. What we're going to do is pass it on to the community and say, hey, if you got commissions paying out and you just want to hold them, not lock them up, but just hold them in your wallet till you need them. you can earn interest on those commissions. It's never been done before. Bringing DFly and compensation plan into one world. It's never been done in the history of this industry. And it allows us to provide a global platform for other projects in the future. Because listen, we're not greedy, and we believe that when the tide rises, all ships go up, right? And so we believe, let's raise the bar of the industry. So the time will come, not now, we're going to prove it, etc. first, but the time will come when we believe we ought to serve this entire industry and say, hey, we can help your disruptive product, your disruptive team, your disruptive company step into the new century of blockchain and decentralized technology, and we'll be able to serve the industry with this platform. Isn't that powerful? All right, last slide here, guys. Phase 1 is the foundational packs. Excited to bring Dr. Eric up to talk to you about these phases today. Phase 1, we're launching 2 wellness products and the DNA testing on August the 17th. These 2 products are the foundation. They're life-changing. Every single person we really believe is going to see, feel, and be able to measure the changes in their health as a result of just these 2 products. These 2 products become the foundation for everything else that you're doing moving forward. Phase 2 launches in Dubai in February. And phase 2 is going to be solution specific. I'm excited about this. Because phase 1, we're going to get the foundation right. We're going to get your inflammation right. We're going to get the gut right. We're going to do these things. I say we. Dr. Eric and his team, what they've created is going to deliver really powerful core results in your health and your body's ability to absorb nutrition and go to, and heal and go to the next level. But in February, we're going solution specific. All through peptide technology with our proprietary delivery mechanism. Someone says, I want to lose weight. We're going to have the best weight loss product the world has ever stinking seen. And without all the messy problems people are having with stuff like Ozempic. Someone says, I'm working out, but I want to increase my muscle gains. We're going to have human growth hormone accelerators through the peptides like the world has never, ever seen. Someone says, look, I want to live longer, and I want a product that's going to extend the life of my telomeres, on a cellular level and an anti-aging product. Someone says, I want a product for my skin. Someone says, whatever. We're going to come in and say, we have created proprietary solutions. No one else in the world can deliver this with peptides to oral delivery mechanism, and we're going to go solve the problems that the world has. This is a game changer when it comes to marketing and when it comes to serving humanity. Someone says, this is what I'm dealing with. I have mental fog. I'm dealing with depression. I'm dealing with these things. Whatever it might be, we say, we have a product that you've got to try. And 9 out of 10 times, that product's going to move the dial for that person's health. And they're going to thank you forever. So phase 1, we lay the foundation. We get the core right. Cellular health, the gut health, we get it right. Phase 2, we say now let's offer solution-specific products to the world. And then phase 3 is the actual local clinics or centers going live all around the world. Now, I started by saying not only do we check all of the boxes that leaders in our industry are looking for, but we've created boxes that the industry never even knew were possible. How many of you agree with that statement? Guys, I'm so honored to bring up Dr. Eric Naputi, because what he is doing for the world, what he's done for my life, my family's life, many friends that have flown now into his clinics, the level of science. And look, he'll be the first to tell you that they have a team that they've put together that's among the best scientists and doctors and thinkers in the world. Some of the speakers you're going to hear from in Las Vegas are world-renowned. World-renowned. The doctor who she brought peptides to North America, one of the most influential physicians in the world, will be among the speakers in Las Vegas. But guys, as exciting as the business model is, how many of y'all agree the product has to be the most disruptive? The product has to be the disruptor. And we can serve that with our business model, and the smart contracts and blockchain is cool, and it makes things better and more transparent, and there's definitely huge value to the model. But the real value is in what Dr. Eric is about to share with you about what this vision and roadmap is and what and why and how we are able to bring this to the world. He has such a heart to serve. His work ethic, his passion for people. I'll tell you what I love is his commitment to truth, trust, and transparency. This is the foundation of who he is. Truth, trust, and transparency. He's one of those guys, and I think this is why we connect a lot, is he's a root finder. He doesn't just address a symptom or the outskirts of a question in somebody's life, whether it's medical or not medical. But he's a root finder. He says, man, let's get to the root of that. And I resonate with that. I'm that way in psychology and the mind. I say, look, what's the root thought that's causing you to feel this way? What are you believing in your core about yourself that makes you feel like you don't deserve something or you're not good enough, right? He's a root finder when it comes to the human body. And his whole passion is, listen, I can treat the world one person at a time. But what if we could put a system together with the best physicians in the world who have adopted the latest and greatest technology and science breakthroughs in the health and wellness world? And what if we could bring a system and a platform to the masses globally around the world that could deliver life-changing, transformative results in their health? And to be able to partner with Dr. Eric on this project is such an honor. So guys, help me welcome today, and from now to the end of today, we're going to take a break in, I don't know, hour and a half. Whenever Dr. Eric's done with session 1, we'll take a break. Don't worry about the time clock, Dr. Eric. Whenever you feel like it's time to move on, we'll take lunch for an hour. We'll come back and we'll finish session 2. We're going to have a reception tonight with some light food, and we're going to feed everybody for lunch, and we're going to have drinks tonight if you want to grab a beer and whatever you want. We're going to have a great time this evening, just for an hour after the event, fellowshipping and connecting with each other. But guys, right now, he is the secret weapon of this project, one of the most sought after thinkers in this space. Help me welcome Dr. Eric Naputi. Oh, I found the remote.
Okay. Well, hello everybody. Go ahead. So what I would like to do. It's good? You get those off? Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to take a second. First of all, Jeremy, thanks for that great introduction and thanks for the warm welcome. And I'd like to play a short little video that we put together. I'd like you to think a little bit about this, and then I want to come back and talk about it. So let's see if we can play that video. So, thank you. The reason why I wanted you to watch that video, how many of you would agree that we live in a world right now where things just don't seem like they ought to be? Would you agree with that on so many levels? And how many of you would agree that we live in a world right now where most of us don't have the control that we should have over our lives? Would you agree with that? And how many of you know that, your health is one of your most important assets? And I want to say this because I've had people come from all over the world to see me to say I'd pay any price, travel any distance, do anything to get my health back. And unfortunately, we live in a system right now where most people don't have the free will to choose for themselves what to do for themselves, their family members, and their loved ones. And if the last 4 years has taught us nothing, it's that we need to be able to have more responsibility for ourselves and our health. And I want you to remember one thing, and you're going to be hearing this a lot. Self-care is the new healthcare. Self-care is the new healthcare. And if you're not able to take care of yourself, who's going to be able to take care of you? I spoke to so many of you just out in the lobby before we came here. And many of you said, "Hey, Dr. Eric, I've known you for quite a while. Hey, Dr. Eric, I've been following you on social media. Hey, Dr. Eric, I was in the hospital and I did this and now I'm not. Hey, Dr. Eric, we need a revolution of change." Would you agree with that? Well, folks, that's what we have. And one of the words up there, one of the phrases says, "I disrupt the status quo." Now, I'm going to tell you something. I never set out in my career to be a disruptor. That was not my intention. I'm all about truth, trust, and transparency. My parents taught me when I was a kid, the quality of your life is in direct proportion to the quality of the questions you ask yourself and you ask other people. Well, interestingly enough, I found out the hard way as a physician. By the way, I'm a serial entrepreneur. If you didn't know my background, I'm a physician by trade. I have a doctorate in chiropractic, a doctorate in natural medicine. I have a fellowship in functional neurology, a fellowship in internal health. I've owned over 30 clinics. I've been a part owner of a hospital system. I own, still to this day, multiple surgical centers. I also am part owner of nutraceutical companies and pharmaceutical companies that do biologics. And I don't tell you that to impress you, but to impress upon you that that's a whole different world. And most healthcare practitioners are like that. Do you remember that little toy whenever you had children? You had to take a little round peg and put it in the round hole and the square peg and the square hole. Do you remember that? That's what healthcare is. Well, I wanted to think outside of that box because at the end of the day, all I care about are results. When people are coming to you, at the end of the day, all that matters is that folks have the opportunity to get better. It's up to them to take advantage of that opportunity. Well, many of you probably know part of my story. In 2019, I was getting ready to open up another 30 clinics all across the country. And then this weird thing happened in the world. We all know what happened in the world in 2020, right? Well, during that time, I had multiple practices. I saw over 11,000 patients during that time that were positive with this crazy weird thing going around the world. And nobody died in my practices. And instead of the powers that be finding out and asking us what we did and how we help people, I was sued by the United States federal government for $508 billion. Let me say that again, $508 billion. And what was my crime? I told people to get healthy during this crazy pandemic. I told people that you should take vitamin D and zinc and ivermectin and other things that could potentially help them. And guess what? Now those protocols are the protocols that are in doctors' offices and hospitals across the globe to this day. So the truth is that I don't care what people think, what people say. Our job is to give folks the opportunity to have full expression of life because I believe that we were promised that by our creators. And we should have the ability to have our own free will to decide what we do, when we do it, with who we want to do it on our own terms. Would you agree with me on that? Thank you. So what I want to talk to you a little bit about is the whole purpose behind BioLimitless. Think about this. We know, and I think most of you in this room are aware of this, but we really truly are limitless creatures. We have the ability to do things that are so far outside of the box of the norm that it's not even funny, but we've been limited because of our thinking. We've been limited because of the status quos that are out there. And BioLimitless is all about tapping into the BioLimitless potential of your human body and potential. I'm telling you, most of you have no idea what it really feels like to be happy, to be healthy. And I'm telling you, happiness, health, and wealth all go together. And if you look at this, BioLimitless truly is global well-being through advanced technologies. Folks, we live in a world where there are some major, massive improvements in technology, but most people in this room, even some of you that are physicians, have come up and spoken to me that you had no idea that the technology that we are speaking about even exists to this day. And ladies and gentlemen, if your own physicians and healthcare experts don't know what technology is there, how could you possibly get the help that you truly need? Folks, we're living in the 21st plus century of technology, but we're still on 1800s use of it in our practice. This is not okay. We're bringing this to the masses. We truly envision a global ecosystem that is all about self-care, because self-care is the new healthcare. And that's what I need you to understand. Burn in your brain. This is self-care. The better you can take care of yourself and your family, the happier and healthier and ultimately the wealthier that you're going to be. Our platform is massively driven by a community. Folks, those of you that are physicians in here, I had a physician ask me this morning, and by the way, I love straightforward questions. He said, Doc, I got to ask you a question. Why are you bringing this company out this way? Why are you taking BioLimitless out to the masses through a community, through a network marketing opportunity, through an influencer marketing opportunity, through a direct-to-consumer opportunity, and a professional opportunity? You want to know why? Because we, the people, deserve to be able to be in control of this. I'm telling you, the technologies that I'm going to share with you, especially some of the proprietary delivery systems that we have access to, we have been offered a lot of money to sell these to, let's just say, the status quo that has failed us already. And I'm going to tell you, this has been a vision of mine for over 20 years. For over 20 years, it's always been about being able to serve the masses on a level that you can't even believe. And maybe someday I'll share with you a little deeper about that. But I need you to understand, this is our baby together. And together we can take this to the masses, and through the use of truth, trust, and transparency, which is completely 180 of what's truly in the healthcare space right now, we're going to take this to the masses immediately. This is going to be the biggest, most talked about thing. You watch and see what's going to happen after this weekend. Everybody's going to be talking about this. We've let the cat out of the bag about this. We've had over 400 people under NDA for the last 2 months all over the globe. And I'm telling you, once this information gets out, there's going to be a lot of response to it. And you just wait and see. And we're all about truth, trust, and transparency. Don't forget that. Number 2, I want you to envision a happier, healthier, wealthier you, a future using innovative self-care. And I need you to get that burned into your brain. It's about innovative self-care, and it's also about enhanced wealth care. Folks, you all know as well as I do that if you're going to participate in something, you should benefit from it, not just from physiologically being healthier, but you should also be able to benefit from it from being wealthier as well. Would you agree with that? Listen, I need you to understand that right now, I'm just going to speak for what's going on in the United States of America. Did you know that in the United States of America alone, we spend over $5 trillion a year on our healthcare system? $5 trillion. And even our own United States government has admitted to this. I've testified in front of Congress, by the way, on a positive note, 3 times in the last several years. And I was asked about our failed system. And we have on the congressional record that we spend right now $5 trillion per year on healthcare in our country. Did you know that $2.5 trillion of that is used in administrative fees and wasted healthcare? That literally means that $2.5 trillion that we're spending as a society could be lit on fire and thrown in the trash because that money does not increase the outcomes of people in our healthcare system. Think about that. 50% of the money that we're spending right now is not going towards our healthcare. So we need to take a step away. We're not challenging the current system. We're not challenging that current system at all. We've built a parallel ecosystem that allows you to become happier, healthier, and wealthier. And that's what BioLimitless is all about. Here it is. BioLimitless is a parallel system set to disrupt the status quo of the systems that have failed us in the healthcare and the wealth care system. Folks, we're going to get into deeply about our fractured healthcare system. I mean, think about this. I just told you the fact that half of the money that we spend right now just in the United States alone is administrative fees. And by the way, of that $5 trillion, I want you to listen to this because this is where the rubber really hits the road. Of that $5 trillion that's spent, $250 billion in the United States goes to kickbacks to insurance companies, PPOs, doctors' offices, and other organizations that benefit from you being not well. Do you understand that? And if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired and you want to get off this merry-go roller coaster ride of sickness and disease, this is an opportunity to do that. And I know we can do it because we've proven this. I've been doing this for over 20 years. Many physicians that are in this room have been doing this to this day. Many physicians over the last 4 years and healthcare experts and folks that are inside and even outside the healthcare industry, those of us that think and act outside the box, you know, the disruptors, if you will, those that ask the questions of why am I doing this if it's not working? What happened to us? The governments and the regulators of the world tried to play whack-a-mole. And so here we are now. We have over 200,000 healthcare practitioners just in North America alone that have been disenfranchised by a system that they got into to truly help people. Many people got into being a doctor, a nurse, a healer of whatever kind so they could help the community because they wanted to better the world before they left it. And because of their education, because of the regulations, because of whatever's out there, they were put into this system that I just told you. I mean, I want you to think about this for just a moment. And I'm just speaking about America, the United States of America right now. If you take the top 100 industrialized countries on the planet, 100 industrialized countries, and you take all the money that's spent on all those countries together, you take the 99 countries minus the United States of America and you add those together, the U.S. spends more money than all the other 99 combined on healthcare. Now, we would be okay with that if we were getting the best results, right? If we had the happiest, healthiest system and everybody was doing good, we had access to true health care, but we don't. Did you know that we rank in the lower third of almost every category, including infant mortality? I mean, there are countries, I don't want to offend anyone, but when I think about, countries like Ethiopia and other countries, I don't think that they have an amazing healthcare system, but they rank higher than the United States of America does. That's because the system has failed us. And what I need you to understand, folks, is that when a system that's seemingly too big to fail has failed, you know what you do? You create a new one. And that's what this is. It's not about treating your symptoms. I need you to understand that symptoms that you have, when you watch a television commercial, by the way, did you know that the United States of America is the only country on the planet that is allowed to directly market to the consumers drugs on commercials on television? No other country allows you to do that. It's illegal to do that. Did you know that the United States of America is all about more pills, more potions, more lotions, etc.? What if we were able to get to the root cause of a problem? I just was speaking at a very prestigious university in Missouri a couple months ago, and we were talking about a problem with blood sugar issues, diabetes. Did you know that the American Medical Association, the American Diabetic Association, says that they have a reversal rate, a cure rate, if you will. By the way, they can say those words and we can't. They have a cure rate of diabetes of 2%. 2%. By the way, if you went to school and you got 2% on your exams, would you pass that class? But those folks are making billions of dollars in that industry because, well, somebody asked me yesterday, how come all this is happening? How can this possibly be? Do you guys remember Chris Rock, the comedian? Chris would always say, there ain't no money in the cure. Because keeping people fat, sick, and nearly dead is very profitable. But if you don't want that anymore, if you don't want to participate in that system, BioLimitless is an opportunity to do that. It's all about cause-based solutions, not about treating your symptoms. It's all about being able to have healthcare accessibly. What if there was a place that you could go, or even from the convenience of your own home, if you could find out more about your health in 2 or 3 tests that we offer for a fraction of what you pay for a premium and health insurance every month, and you get more information from those 2 tests than you have in the last 20 years of every freaking doctor's office you've been to in 20 years combined. Would that be worth learning about? That's what we have. That is what we have. All right. Get off my diatribe here. Innovative self-care. This is so important. It's all about understanding that you need to be focusing on the root cause of your problems, not treating your symptoms. By the way, we have a diabetic program that we are going to share with you. It's one of the programs that we're going to be launching in phase 2. We've been utilizing different forms of this program for almost 20 years in offices like mine and other offices across the country. And we have an over 90% success rate in reversing those blood sugar issues without drugs, without surgeries, with true root cause solutions. Because number one, doctor is Latin for teacher. And your doctor should be teaching you that diabetes is usually a overconsumption of carbohydrate syndrome or a genetic imbalance of inability to handle certain fat genes or genes that digest carbohydrates or methylation. They don't teach you that, do they? They just write you the prescription and they manage your problems. Wouldn't it be nice to not go to a doctor that's going to manage your problems? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather have your diseases managed, or would you rather be able to go to the root cause and be able to reverse that from the inside out? That's a rhetorical question, I know that. We also have a global footprint. I'm going to share a slide with you at the end of my presentation this afternoon that will blow your mind, because when we launch in August, this is not just a North America thing. We're launching all across the globe. We have so many amazing leaders that have come here from Japan already. We have some people here, European leaders. We have people from all over the globe because they know how big of a deal this is. And I have to say this is, we just came back from really a world tour of a pre-launch of this project, right? And when I knew this translated well in North America, because we understand the problems that we have. I live in this ecosystem every day. And what's wild is when I went to Japan and we talked about this, it translated exactly the same. When we went to Europe, it translated the same. What I'm saying is this is a global humanitarian project. And wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a world where we're not fighting against each other and we're actually happier, healthier, and wealthier together as a global community? That's part of the vision that we have for BioLimitless. This is a decentralized care platform. Folks, again, we could have easily taken this technology. I could have sold it to big medicine. We could have sold it to big pharma. We could have done all of these things. And oh, by the way, that same United States government that came after me, and by the way, I fought them for 3.5 years. I forgot to mention to you all, I won my lawsuit against them. And after spending over $5.5 million fighting the U.S. government, over 4 years later, they've now partnered with me on 2 of our technologies, because once they've seen what we have, they want to get in on the game. I want you to think about that again. I want to say that one more time. Our breakthrough technologies are so powerful and so breakthrough and so impactful to the community, because at the end of the day, we actually have more power than they do. But what I want you to understand is once they saw what we had, guess what they did? They partnered with us. That's how big of a deal this is, you guys. So huge. So huge. Now, okay, is it possible, could you take the... Yeah, thank you. I really want to talk about this. I'm going to spend some time really just kind of diving deep with you. I want you to understand, I know there are many physicians that are in this room right now. When we were studying out of a book, and I'm going to bring some PTSD to some of you doctors, called Guyton's Physiology textbook. Do you remember that one? Oh man, when they taught us how the body works, we learned that health is a balance of 3 things: your physical, your chemical, and your neuro-emotional well-being. Let me say that again. Your health is a balance of physical, chemical, and neuro-emotional well-being. We were taught this when we went through school. We were taught that health is a balance of these things, and this is called the triad of health. That if you have a physical problem, that could also manifest into chemical imbalances, right? How many of you have ever had pain really bad that it emotionally affected you? Or how many of you have ever had an emotional stressor that upset your stomach and you got, a headache or migraine or diarrhea or heartburn or indigestion? What I'm telling you is health is a balance of all of those. Health is 100% a balance of that triad. So why? I want to ask the question, if that's what health really is, why has your doctor never explained that to you? Why have you never been tested for those things? Why have you never ever had anybody say, oh, the reason why you have whatever symptom is not because you have a chemical imbalance, it's because you have a structural problem. Or the reason why you're exhausted. Do you guys know that the most important organ in the body to improve energy is your muscles in your body? Why has nobody ever told you the reason why you're tired is because you feel like crap, because you eat like crap, you move like crap, and you think like crap? I mean, that's pretty commonsensical, right? But this is what healthcare is all about. It's all about understanding this triad. And what I'm telling you is, we've developed a way through our breakthrough precision testing and our precision therapeutics for you to understand where you're at in this triad, what's good, what's bad, what's ugly. You're going to learn more about your health through this journey that we're going to go on together than you've ever learned in your whole life. And how powerful is it? How powerful is it that you don't have to rely on a system that's broken anymore? You can rely on your own Rolodex of information to transform your life and the lives of your family. How impactful is that? Huge. So we're gonna dig a lot into this, but if you look, some of the things that we do when we talk about physical, chemical, and neuroemotional testing, what if I showed you that there was an app? We could take a picture of your body and look at your posture. And based off of your alignment and your posture, we could tell what muscles are most likely out of balance in your body. Many of you know that I do a big project, and we do a lot of sports, right? We do a lot of work with athletes. I was able to show, by the way, I speak English and that's it. When I go all over the world, I always have to have translators, but there are certain things that translate. And I was in a room with a very famous French footballer, and he basically in French called BS on my ability to take a picture and look at our app and show you where your muscles are out of balance. So he said, prove it to me. So he literally in a room, not as big as this, took off all his clothes except for his underwear. He's very proud of himself, by the way. And I took a picture from the front and from the side, and I said, the problem you have is in your muscle here that allows your leg to stabilize. So when you walk, it doesn't go out like this. And when it translated, he was very intrigued. And then when I put him on the table and tested that muscle and showed it was weak, he was even more intrigued. And then when I showed him, literally within 30 seconds, something he could do to get that muscle to balance, he got emotional about it. You want to know why? Because he was a footballer and he got injured in the championship game when he was the captain of his team, and he was only able to play the first 10 or 15 minutes of the game. He was the goal scorer. They lost by 1 goal. He thought, what if we had this technology then? What would have happened then? You guys, we have access to that to this day, and we can look at that so that we can understand our health. That's powerful. Number 2, here's another big one. Your chemical health. I'm going to talk about things like DNA and genetics. I'm going to talk about things like blood tests, telomeres, and I'm even going to talk a little bit about fecal testing. I know it's exciting, but we're going to have a conversation about that later on today. But I'm going to tell you, as a functional medicine practitioner, someone who goes after the root cause of problems, if I don't have a genetic profile on somebody, it's very difficult for me to truly have an understanding, in my professional opinion, how to help this person move forward. And when you understand the power of what these genetic tests can do to you, it will blow your mind. And I'm going to share that with you here in just a little while. And then from a neuroemotional standpoint, I don't know if you know this, but anxiety, depression, insomnia, even in children, and unfortunately things like suicide and suicidal attempts have just exponentially gone up over the last 4.5 years. Did you know that? What if there was a way that we could measure brain activity? We could measure the left and right part of the brain, which is called the sympathetic and parasympathetic brain, which is where, if there's an imbalance in those things, that's where a lot of these problems come from. We have the ability to do that, not just in our centers of excellence, but from the app at home, from your phone. This is an absolute game changer, and I'll break it down for you a little deeper in a moment. Okay, I want to share something with you. This is something that I teach doctors. We came up with this concept. This is an old concept. It's called the hierarchy of health, but we've reinvented it about a decade ago. So if you look at this thing, there are 12 different what we call systems of the body, okay? Now, these systems, when we educate you all on it, they break down into other little systems. But, for example, you see how it goes from 1 to 6 and then goes from 7 to 12. You see that, yes? Okay. So let's say, for example, let's go down to number 12. Let's say somebody has what's called a musculoskeletal problem. They have chronic pain, or they have chronic knee problems, or their shoulder doesn't work anymore, or what have you. I need you to understand that the way the body works is it's like a ladder. Well, if there's a problem, let's say in step number 2 or step number 3, you can never fix step number 12 until you get 2 or 3 fixed first. It has to be done in sequential order. It's like opening up a combination of a safe. And what I'll tell you is, a lot of times people will go and get treatments for the symptoms they have. They'll feel better temporarily, but what happens over a short amount of time, that treatment they didn't work anymore. How many of you know people, or have you ever been in a situation like that? Yes? That's because they're treating the symptoms, not treating the root cause. What if there was a simple way, through the testing that we have, for us to be able to tell you where in the hierarchy of health your priorities are? And I'm going to tell you, most of you in this room are going to have a problem with step 1 and step 2. And once we get those problems under control, the rest of the combination falls into place, and it's absolutely amazing. And you'll be able to understand this from literally the convenience of your own home. So this is a very powerful thing. I cannot wait to educate our community on. By the way, I train doctors on this. There are many large groups of doctors that I've worked with over the years that are functional medicine, which is root cause-based healthcare, and we train this. By the way, I don't know if you understand what functional medicine is, but functional medicine, functional nutrition, functional neurology is what I've practiced really now for the better half of almost 2 decades. And when folks come to doctors like myself, we dig a lot deeper, and we give a lot different results. And so typically when you come to see a physician like me, it could cost you between $10,000 to $15,000 to run these tests, to do all this stuff, and then to actually have treatments. Well, we've been able, through the convenience of the work that we have, to be able to make this for you accessible to the masses and not just the classes, where literally this can be done for hundreds of dollars instead of tens of thousands of dollars. That's what this is all about. That's massive disruption. Would you agree with that? Massive disruption. Okay. This is very interesting as well. Could you take the video off there for just a moment if possible? This is what we call our systems check. Now, how many have ever heard of something called biohacking? You ever heard of biohacking before? Well, one of the cool things that we're going to teach you, because a lot of people have systems. You know, anybody ever drive a vehicle? You know, in a car, you're driving and all of a sudden, bing, your check engine light goes off in your car? This happened to us, yeah? So the check engine light that goes off in your car is not the cause of the problem. Would you agree with that? But you know, most people, when their check engine light goes off in their car, what do? They put a piece of tape over it, picture their kids, dogs, cats. You're laughing, but that's the same thing you do when your check engine light goes off in your body. Oh, my shoulder hurts, my knee hurts, I'm going to take ibuprofen. That don't fix the problem. You don't have an ibuprofen deficiency. I can't sleep at night, I better take some Tylenol PM. You don't have a Tylenol PM deficiency. You see, I live in the world of what's called common senseology, okay? And by the way, you want to know what kind of physician I am? I'm actually what's called a cranial rectologist. I'll help you, you can figure that out later. But I've been pulling craniums out of rectums for a long time, and business is busy. Holy cow. And mostly it's my colleagues. I didn't really mean that. Yeah, I did. But think about if your check engine light's going off in your body somewhere. What if you were able to click on one of those links and all of a sudden it gave you the top 10 biohacks of things you can do at home to help yourself? Simple, easy solutions. Like, how many of you knew, like, I was talking to a dentist earlier today, and how many of you have ever heard of something called periodontal issues or gingivitis or bad breath, or, you know, how many of you know that a lot of times that's caused because of abnormal microbiome in your body? Your bacteria is off. If you could just have a good bacterial replacement supplement, which we're going to talk about, and maybe start using a little organic baking soda, that could fix that problem. Without, Doc, I don't want to scare off any dentists in here, but without having to spend gazillions of dollars getting your teeth pulled and putting in dentures. I want to be able to give you all real, true, actionable steps that you can do in your own daily life that are simple, easy, and ineffective to do that can help you be healthier. Does that sound good too? Yeah, of course. So we're going to teach you and train you on that. Now definitely take the video off this one. This is, yeah. Okay. I want to spend a little extra time going over this. This is probably one of the most important slides that I'm going to cover with you all today. Very important that you understand this. So you see the infinity circle here, yeah? Let's see. Is there a pointer? No pointer. It's okay. So you see let me just back up and say this. The quality of your health is in direct proportion to the quality of the health of your cells, right? That's important. If you have sick cells, you have a sick body. Does that make sense? Okay, but listen, the cells in your body are signaled by the chromosomes and telomeres in your system, which we'll get into later. They're also signaled by your bacterial DNA, and your human DNA really is the blueprint that tells your body what to do with everything. So let me just go through this. So if you have a problem in your DNA, a genetic imbalance, where we talk about genes that are clean genes and dirty genes. A clean gene is a gene that's working like it's supposed to. Everything's perfect, no problems. If a gene is dirty, that's just a slang term that we use. If a gene's dirty, it's not functioning like it's supposed to. And if the gene isn't working like it's supposed to, now the bacterial DNA, the chromosome, and the cells aren't working like they're supposed to. Then the cells make tissues. You know what tissues are? Tissues are everything in your body. It's your muscles, your ligaments, your nerves, it's your brain, it's your organs. Tissues make organs. Organs make organ systems, like your cardiovascular system, your reproductive system, your nervous system. When those are bad, by the way, those organ systems make up your organism. Does that make sense, how that all kind of works? So on the left-hand side is symptoms and disease. Looking at organs, looking at organ systems and measuring tissues. That's the healthcare model, unfortunately, that's failed a lot of us. Because the treatment of the symptoms and the disease, which, by the way, most disease we have is adaptive physiology because there's a problem with the cells, the bacteria, the DNA, or something. So we, as BioLimitless, we're not interested in the left side of this. We're interested in the right side of this. And by the way, how serendipitous is it that it's the right side? Because it's the right way to do this, right? That worked out. That was a God thing. But if there's a way to measure your cells, measure your chromosomes, measure your bacterial DNA, and measure your DNA, and once you have this knowledge base of what's wrong, now you are in charge because self-care is the new healthcare, and you know action steps that you can take to improve your DNA signaling, to improve your bacterial DNA, to improve your chromosomes and telomeres, and to improve your cellular function, which now improves tissues, organs, organ systems, and helps get to the root cause of why people have symptoms and disease. Does that make sense? Because see, and we're gonna. Jeremy talked about our AI software and program that we have, and you're gonna have one of the greatest compliance AI at the dial of your fingertips with what I'm gonna show you this afternoon. But one of the biggest issues that we have in the world is, if somebody takes a product and next thing you know, they have a miraculous response. If someone says, well, I took this Vita Vegemin and now it got rid of my disease, that's a problem. By the way, you want to know why that's a problem? Let me tell you the legal reason why that's a problem. Words like treat, prevent, cure, and mitigate. Let me say that again. Treat, prevent, cure, and mitigate. You would think that those words are just words in Webster's dictionary. They're not. Those words are owned by the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry, and the lobbyists. If you say cure, prevent, treat, or mitigate, that is a drug word. Do you understand that? And now you're treating a condition with a drug. Well, we're not interested in that. We're interested in treating the root cause, going after genetic, DNA, chromosomal, and cellular health. We want to find the root cause of the problem and give the body the things that it needs to heal from that. Does that make sense? So, it's important that you understand this slide because one of the biggest phrases, and you're going to hear this constantly from us, is physiology doesn't lie. Physiology doesn't lie. We test, we don't guess. We test, we don't guess. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you in this room are taking supplements right now? Okay, let me ask you a question. How many of you know that you're taking the exact right supplements that you need? You don't. Well, some of you probably know. A couple of you raised your hands. Yep, I know. Some of you are my patients. I get it. Okay, I get it. But what I'm saying is that wouldn't it be nice if I was going to go hunting, okay? I'm just giving you an analogy. If I was going to go hunting, I need to know what type of weapon to use to hunt when I'm going to be hunting. And that is the truth when it comes to healthcare. And if you don't test, you're guessing. And if some of you say, well, I went to this Vita Vegemin store and this guy told me to take this product because this helps my eyes or this helps my gut, I need you to understand that vitamins and nutrients don't cure anything. What I need you to understand is vitamins, minerals, and nutrients are the basic fundamental building blocks of what our body needs. It's like building a house. Do you understand that? It's the raw materials to build a house. But you need somebody to take those raw materials and still put those into play. We're going to talk about that when we talk about peptides and exosomes in a moment. But it's very, very important that you understand that we live on the right side of this because self-care is the new healthcare. We're not treating symptoms or disease. Does that make sense? Yeah. We're going to do a lot of training on this, and you're going to love it because what we're going to show you works. And at the end of the day, for those of you who don't know, I live in St. Louis, Missouri, and Missouri is called the Show Me State. And I'm going to show you how all this stuff works. And I'm going to tell you, let me say one more thing, and I'm just going to say it because I'm very, very, very to the point with things. If you get attacked by a federal government agency, just like we did, and they sued us for $508 billion, which is insane, and you win, there's one reason why you win. That's because your science is on point. You understand that? So everything I'm going to share with you, we have science and data to back up to a level that is just so compliant, it's not even funny. If you follow the system, you follow the process, we together will all become happier, healthier, and wealthier individuals. I promise you that. Okay, so what I want to do now, here's our game plan. I'm going to spend about the next 30 minutes going over the phases of our rollout. I'm going to really focus on phase 1. Once I get done with phase 1, we'll take a little break, get some food, and then come back and rock out phase 2 and phase 3. Does that make sense? So what we're going to roll out in August. So on August the 17th, phase 1 of this healthcare delivery system, this new healthcare delivery ecosystem, this new health and wealth care ecosystem is being launched. And I want to make sure that we're very, very clear in here. Because I also had another doctor come up to me and say, is this just another product? Is this just another? No. We are not a Vita Vita Vegemin company. We are not another Me Too product. We are not another, here, take this, and hopefully you feel better. This is an ecosystem that we are bringing out to the world globally that's going to help you through precision testing and precision treatments, help you understand how you can be in control of your healthcare again, because self-care is the new healthcare. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's talk about phase 1. So phase 1 is all about DNA and cellular health. How many of you have heard of genetic testing, DNA testing, things of that nature? Yeah? So, first of all, let me kind of take a step back. From the medical world, I have owned and operated molecular genetics labs for over 15 years now. 15 years, we've been looking at genomes. We've been looking at epigenetics. We've been looking at finite genes. We've been measuring all this stuff for a long time. And I will tell you, when I first started doing genetic testing, what would happen was you'd run a genetic test on someone. And that test, by the way, would be anywhere between $2,500 to $3,500 for that test. It's kind of like, remember when everybody first bought that bag phone? Remember the old school cell phones? That was like, you had to put it up here like this, and it was like $20 million a minute. Do you remember that? Yeah. Well, now you got a phone in your pocket that, can do anything for $1,000. Thank God things have evolved, right? We're going to get into that. But it's all about precision testing and treatment. So phase 1 includes our core foundational health support system. Core foundational. These are our foundational formulas. It is very important that you understand these are foundational. Do you remember the hierarchy of health, step 1 through 12? If you get excited about a Me Too product and your energy is in the tanker and you go and you take a product that's supposed to bring your energy up, all that's doing is exactly what I told you not to do and you all laughed about. You said, well, if I treat my symptoms or if my check engine light goes off and I put a piece of tape over it, that's just like treating your symptoms. What I'm talking about is getting to the root of it. So let me break this down for you. So number 1 is our precision testing. The first thing that all of you are going to be able to have access to is a molecular genetic test. That molecular genetic test, we're going to talk about that a little deeper. It has some gene key mapping. We have a really amazing BioLimitless quiz that allows us to get a little deeper into your epigenetics, which is a very important thing to understand. And then it's all powered by AI technology. Let me hit on this now. So it's amazing to gather data. Like many of you in this room gather data all the time. Many of you that are physicians gather data. But what if you were able to gather that data and through machine learning, you were able to go, oh wow, this is exactly precisely what that individual needs to do, how they should sleep, how they should eat, what they should do for exercise, supplements they should take, and etc. in a precise way. We actually are doing that right now in the VA hospitals. The technology that we use is the exact same technology that the Department of Defense is using. We have the same team that created our AI technology so that the more data we get, the more we get more precise on what you as an individual should do. That is truly the future of all healthcare, and we already have access to it. We're already ahead of all other hospital systems and most doctors' offices out there because of that technology. That by itself is tremendously huge. And then, this is really important, our foundational formulas. It's all about cellular signaling technologies. Let me say that again. Cellular signaling technologies. Vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. I said this once before, but vitamins, minerals, and nutrients are just like the raw materials that your body needs to repair itself. If I'm going to build a house, I've got to buy, wood and screws and nails and glue and all the raw materials, right? That makes sense. But I still have to have somebody put it together. Somebody has to be the worker bee to do the work. So here's the reality. Once we get over the age of 30, and by the way, I think there's some of us in here that are over the age of 30 right now, including myself. Once we get over the age of 30, our cell signaling technology, which are 4 primary things in our bodies, reduces by 90%. Let me say that again. Once we get over the age of 30, our cellular signaling abilities in our body reduces by up to 90%. We lose 90% of our own peptide production. We lose 90% of our body's ability to produce stem cells and exosomes. We lose a massive amount, 90+% of the body's ability to make enzymes. And when we lose a massive amount of our gut microbiome, which Hippocrates, the father of medicine, said first heal the gut and everything else falls into place. Because the gut really truly is the root of all healing in the body. So the peptides, which we'll get into in just a moment, are all about signaling those cells. And different peptides signal different cells. Does that make sense? Certain peptides talk to nerve cells. Certain peptides talk to gut cells. Certain peptides talk to cells in the liver. They all do different things through precision treatments. And then we have something called master microbes, which is really exciting. Many of you know, those of you that have followed me over the years, know that one of my passions is about healing the gut. And there's a major problem that we have in the world today called leaky gut syndrome. And leaky gut syndrome causes all kinds of symptoms that people have. And it can cause everything from chronic pain, inflammation, anxiety, depression, insomnia, neurodegenerative issues that can lead to Parkinson's, dementia. We now know that when we have abnormal gut bacteria, we're more susceptible to certain infections like Epstein-Barr virus, which is a major cause of cancer as we get older. I mean, it leads to you remember the Pepto-Bismol commercial? Upset stomach, diarrhea, constipation. That it leads to all that and more. And it also, when you have leaky gut, you have a leaky brain, which is why we have a lot of people that have anxiety, a lot of people that have depression, insomnia, and a lot of people that have ADD and ADHD type problems. It all starts in the gut. And we're going to get into our very unique delivery system that's going to really revolutionize and shake up the world when it comes to treating gut health. So let's talk about phase 1. Can you guys remove the video for me? Thanks. So phase 1, testing and solutions. Okay. Just like Jeremy said a few moments ago, there are other organizations out here that test DNA. Okay, there's nothing new about testing genetics. By the way, there was a gentleman in here that was telling me that 20 years ago he started testing genes. That was very groundbreaking back then. And then from the testing of the genes, they used something called nutrigenomics. Let me say that again, nutrigenomics. Nutrigenomics is the study of your genes and then what type of lifestyle changes in nutrition that you can do or take or etc. to turn on or turn off the expression of a gene. You guys know that your genes in your body, your DNA is your blueprint, right? You get some from your mom, you get some from your dad, and some of it just shows up in there somehow. It's kind of interesting how evolution works, right? Whatever. But what Jeremy said was that there are companies and organizations out there that are charging $800, $900, $1,000+ to run a genetic profile that has 10 SNPs in it. By the way, a SNP is called a single nucleotide polymorphism. Just think about it's a component that we look at. It's a piece of the information, a piece of the code in the body. And whenever you get your report back from some of these organizations, they go, okay, well, here's run this test for $1,000, and here's what you should do. Don't eat bread, sleep more, exercise, make sure you drink lots of water, and get outside. Are you kidding me? That's the most, okay. So let me tell you this. What we do, we have a global array genetic profile that we do. It's called the Illumina Global Array Test. We measure 800,000 SNPs. Let me say that again. 800,000 SNPs is what we measure. And we already have 250 of them, those that are actionable. What does that mean? That means that you're going to get a genetic test back, and that test is going to tell you the foods that are best for you to eat, the foods you should avoid, the type of sleep that you should have, exercise, not just what type is best for you, whether you're more for cardio or more for muscle, because your body, by the way, is genetically wired for that. It'll also tell you about certain injuries that you can have. Many of you know that this technology that I use in the professional athletic world, we have this in a dozen now NFL teams, almost a dozen MLB teams, and 41 different NCAA colleges across the United States, just looking at genetic markers, primarily for injury prevention. And by the way, if you knew, just think about this, if whenever you were born, if you had a playbook or a user's guide for your body, and it said, based off of your genetics, you should do X, Y, and Z for the rest of your life. Think about how much that could potentially help you with your suffering and problems that you could have the rest of your life. It's huge. You understand the impact that could have on your life? It's huge. And I'll tell you, as a functional medicine practitioner, you need to understand that genetics actually tell us more than your blood does. The blood tells us the here and now of what's going on. Blood can give us an idea of what's really happening really within the last maybe 30 days, sometimes 90 if you look at different types of tests. But the SNP test that we do, the genetic profile, the sequencing, it's a one and done test. And by the way, right now we have over 250 SNPs that are actionable, which has NIH-backed data behind it of what you can and should do to help yourself not express problems with those genes. Let's say, for example, we learn those other 800,000 SNPs. Next month, we find out that this gene now does X, Y, and Z, and if you do the other things to prevent problems, you're going to get a message through your app. You're going to get an email as well saying, hey, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Jones, you have this gene. By the way, that's going to happen the rest of your life. We're going to continually grow this database, this pool of information, because the genetic world is expanding right now. And this is going to be a standard of care for people all across the globe moving forward. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, exactly. So, and by the way, this is not, by the way, this is not a painful test. This is a simple buccal swab test. You run this test, and within 14 to 21 days, typically you'll have the results back on your app that shows you so many things that'll blow your mind. So it's pretty amazing. The gene key mapping is another really phenomenal thing that we're bringing to the marketplace. And what this does is it gives insights on what's called epigenetics. So I'm just going to give you kind of simply, there are two kinds of genes that we're going to discuss. You have finite genes. These are genes that determine the height, the color of your skin, the color of your hair, your body's muscle mass, and certain things, eye colors, things that we can't really change too much, right? But then there's something called epigenetics, and epigenes turn on and turn off based off of lifestyle, stress, and etc. Many of you have probably heard of like the BRCA40 gene, right? It's a gene that potentially can cause an increased risk of breast cancer. By the way, just so you know, just because someone has that gene does not mean that they're going to get breast cancer. You understand that? In the world of genetics, one of the phrases that we say is that your genes load the gun, but your lifestyle pulls the trigger. So what we want to make sure is that you understand the lifestyle, and it's all about free will, right? You do what you want to do to help yourself and help your family, but this has been an absolute game changer. I can't tell you how many folks have run this genetic profile, and we find out they think they're doing the right things for themselves. I mean, I had a woman in my practice last Monday in St. Louis who has had chronic diverticulitis, has had all kinds of bowel issues. She's had an ileostomy sac, chronic pain, osteoporosis, the whole 9 yards because of malabsorption. And we found out that she has an MTHFR gene, which basically means that she's allergic to gluten. Gluten and carbs will kill her. And we pulled her off those, and I can promise you within just a couple of weeks, she's going to notice a massive change. Little tweaks like that, when you understand how big this genetic profile can be a total game changer. And then our life quiz as well, which I told you that's going to really isolate and get into some of the more finite things of what you need to do as you go through this healing journey. Okay, this is something I'm really excited to talk to you about. This product, this is one of our formulas. It's called cell signaling formula. Because what does it do? It signals the cells. It tells them to turn on. Now, what's amazing about this formula is the cell signaling formula combines peptides and other nutrients. Now, what I want you to understand is this. Peptides are nothing more than amino acids. Amino acids it's a byproduct of protein. It's like eating a T-bone steak, right? They're just real specific peptides that do real specific things in the body. And understand that these peptides are very sensitive. Most peptides, in fact, almost every peptide, except for maybe one, cannot get past the GI tract, the gastric juices, into the small intestine. And if it can't do that, it cannot absorb. The only way that you can get peptides that can be stable into the body is through an injection, typically. And just so you know, typically a peptide injection has an absorption rate through mass spectrometry testing, which is a blood test, which shows the absorption is about 60 to 80%. Okay? So remember that number, 60 to 80% with an injection. And what those peptides do is they go down to a cellular level and they wake those cells up. For example, in this formula, we have some really interesting peptides in here. One of them is called Cmax. And if you understand what Cmax does, Cmax is all about cognitive enhancement. What Cmax does is it helps improve neurocognitive function. Things like anxiety, depression, insomnia. These are symptoms that people have when their cognitive function is low. Things like focus and low energy, brain fog. How many of you know people like that, right? Cmax is also a neuro protector. It protects the brain. So how many of you have ever been so stressed out you forget what you're doing? You ever heard of that before? So when you're stressed out, it messes up the adrenal glands, the gut, and the brain. Cmax has been clinically proven to help protect against that. And many of you have probably heard of a syndrome called adrenal fatigue syndrome, right? Well, that's not just an adrenal problem. That's a neurocognitive problem, and Cmax has been proven to help with this, which is absolutely amazing. And one of the big things that Cmax does, not only is it a BDNF enhancer, which is amazing for brain function, that's what keeps our brain young. And by the way, it's important to keep our brain young. Do you know what scientists are telling us now about longevity? Do you know that generations are now being told that they're going to be able to live to 120, 130, maybe even 140 years? Have you heard this? These are conversations that are happening right now in this world. And some are even saying more than that. So if your body's physically going to live that long, you better make sure that your brain's working like it's supposed to. And I'm going to tell you, with the amount of stress that's in the world to this day and the amount of chemicals and toxins and et cetera we have, look, it's not a matter of if, but when most people are worried about neurocognitive decline, right? And there are things that can be done to help with those problems. Cmax is one of those. Ipamorelin, which is one of my favorite peptides, ipamorelin is a peptide that primarily helps improve something called growth hormone and growth factor in the body. Do you ever hear of Ponce de Leon, the guy that was looking for the fountain of youth? Okay, he shouldn't have went to Florida to look for the fountain. He should have came to Missouri and got some ipamorelin, because that increases your growth hormone and growth factor, and that's what makes us live longer. I was talking about some bodybuilders yesterday with some of our leaders here, and they were talking about a guy named Arnold Schwarzenegger. You heard of Arnold before? Whether you like him or not, I'm just going to talk about not his politics, but his body. He looks pretty dang good for like almost 80 or however old the guy is, right? Well, one of the reasons why, and he's been researched on this quite a bit, is the fact of using growth hormone. Now, I'm not a big fan of throwing growth hormone at people, but using the precursor, the cell signaling technology that causes your own body to improve your growth hormone on its own is what I'm talking about. And that's what ipamorelin does. And ipamorelin also helps with cardiovascular function. That's huge. I don't know if you know this. One of the telltale signs of cardiovascular issues is getting plaquing in your arteries, right? You get coronary artery disease. There's studies that now show ipamorelin can actually pull plaque and calcium out of the arteries. That is huge within itself. So, I mean, this is a tripeptide formula that has Cmax, ipamorelin, and then another one of my favorite peptides is called BPC-157. It's known as the Wolverine peptide. Do you guys know the comic book hero Wolverine? You know, you can't kill him. You cut his arm off, he grows a new one, right? You stab him. That's not what this does exactly, okay? Don't quote me on that. But it's known in our profession as the Wolverine peptide because it causes cellular healing. So I told you the quality of your health is in direct proportion to the health of your cells. And BPC-157 improves cellular healing in the body. That is a powerful thing. The problem is, in the world we live in today, if you're taking Cmax, if you're taking ipamorelin, you're taking BPC-157, right now it has to be done through injection. for the most part. And just so you know, that cost of that is typically about $300, $350 a month for all 3 of those injections. Some of you that are in here know that some of you are probably even paying more than that. The reason why you have to inject it is because it can't get past the GI tract. Well, we have a global patented proprietary technology. Let me say that again. A global patented proprietary technology that is a delivery system that has clinically proven to allow these peptides to get past the GI tract, into the small intestine, into the bloodstream, that has a 60 to 80% absorption rate. Let me say that again. 60 to 80% absorption rate, which is the exact same that these injections do. That's huge. That's huge. And by the way, this is not going to cost you $350 to get this product, okay? We also have in here some methylated B vitamins. This is very important because in the world we live in today, most people have a methylation disorder syndrome. They're not able to detoxify their body. I don't know if you know this, but we live in a world where there are thousands of chemical toxins in our food, our water, etc. And if we don't have the right methylated B vitamins in our system, it can't come out. And we have a big issue, especially more over the last 4 years. We have this massive influx of chronic fatigue syndrome. How many of you all know people whose get up and go got up and went? You don't have any energy left. It's because you're not producing something called ATP, adenosine triphosphate. And so these 2 formulas help improve adenosine triphosphate production in the body, which is huge. Then we also put in here 2 amino acids, L-theanine and L-arginine. These are amino acids that help improve circulation and blood flow, but they also help keep a calm intensity. Because here's what I want. I want you to feel this, but I don't want you to feel it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need you to, this is not speed, okay? I want you to have a calm intensity, all right? To be able to have energy but stay focused. Does that make sense? And then we put in here also something called cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper does a lot of things in the body. It helps heal the gut, helps heal ulcers, does a lot of great things, balances out the pH of the GI tract. But one of the big things it does is it moves the blood. And we live in a world today where our blood does not circulate in our system like it's supposed to. So this is one of the most powerful cell signaling technologies that we're bringing to the marketplace. No one's ever done this. It's not been done before. And I will tell you, we just did a very small study. And I'm going to talk about this more in Las Vegas. But has anybody ever heard of something called ascension cells before? They're commonly referred to as zombie cells. Yeah? Zombie cells. That might make more sense. You might have seen that on TikTok, right? Okay, well, you know what a zombie cell is? It's a cell. It doesn't die, but it basically turns off, and it lives stagnant in our cellular matrix. Those zombie cells cause disease, and can lead to things like cancer. Well, we've been able to show through this formula that we show a reduction in ascension cells in the body. That is huge within itself. If you understand getting to the root cause on a cellular and genetic standpoint, this helps do that. So that's a really, really, really powerful thing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now this is really cool. So, I get really excited about this, so I'm trying not to nerd out too much, but I promise you, we're going to have a lot of conversations, Zooms and educational conversations on the importance of healing the gut microbiome. I need you to understand that if you don't have a healthy GI tract and a healthy gut, you cannot have a healthy human body. Let me say this. There are more bacterial DNA cells in our body. There are more bacterial DNA cells in our body than there are human DNA cells, okay? We live symbiotically with bacteria. There are good bacteria and bad bacteria in the body. Hippocrates, the father of medicine, said heal the gut and everything falls into place. Well, because of several things, we have a massive amount of a condition called leaky gut syndrome or dysbiosis in the human condition right now. And there are 3 major causes of it. Number 1 is stress. So if anybody in here has stress, you probably have a problem with this. Number 2, if you eat the standard American diet, which most of the world nowadays does, the processed foods we eat, the glyphosates, things that they told us were safe that now they told us aren't, is contributing to this. And the third thing are antibiotics in your system. Now, many of you know this because you've heard me say this before. One prescription of antibiotics that may be a 7-day prescription could literally disrupt the normal gut bacteria for up to 14 to 18 months. Like, that's a big, big deal. And 90% of your immune system lives in your GI tract. 90% of the neurotransmitters that go to your brain, neurotransmitters are things like dopamine, serotonin, noradrenaline. These are chemicals that make us feel happy, make us feel balanced, make us feel motivated. You literally could have symptoms like depression, anxiety, and fatigue because you have leaky brain, because you have a leaky gut. And I don't know if you know this, but probiotics, the conversation of probiotics are all over the place. Why? Because we know that probiotics are huge. In fact, there was a massive study that was done. It was it won the paper of the year in the American GI magazine. I think it was in the AMA write-up. Anyway, it's Dr. Haseen Habib is her name. Dr. Haseen Habib. She's a physician, a GI doctor out of Southern California. And they did a study they concluded it in 2023. It won the paper of the year. And what they found was, it's called the missing microbe. And I'll talk more about this in Vegas together. But they looked at 600,000 people. That's a lot, right? Would you agree? 600,000? They measured 600,000 people, and they looked at the gut bacteria and the microbes of people who got really, really sick, and unfortunately people who died during this pandemic we had. And they found a very common denominator. They found that those people that were in that case that really got sick and that ultimately, unfortunately, died were missing a microbe called bifidobacteria. And so I'm trying to impress upon you that the microbes in and on our body are the key to everything from oral health to skin health to GI health to brain health, everything in between. The problem is that I'm going to tell you that 90+% of the gut health formulas, the probiotics that are on the market, don't work. And the reason why they don't work is because they're cultured bacteria. Let me say that again. They're cultured probiotics. We are using something called master microbes. Master microbes are bacteria, and by the way, we're using, and again in Vegas I'll go deeper with this, but we're using the top 7 master microbes that are specific for skin health, gut health, brain health, immune health, hormone balance, and here's the big one. Did you know that if you have abnormal gut bacteria, you cannot lose weight? There was a study done. It's called the Jeff Gordon study, not the race car driver, Dr. Jeff Gordon. He did a study on rats, and what they did was they actually did something called a fecal transplant. You've heard of that? By the way, we're not doing those, okay? Where they took fecal matter out of a healthy rat, and then they put it into a disease-sick, overweight rat, and within 6 weeks, that sick, overweight rat turned into the exact same look of that healthy, young, thin rat. And that has happened to this day with human beings as well. So the data is clear that you can't keep weight off your body unless you have your bacteria healed. So let's talk about this. The key is one of the reasons why folks don't use master microbes is because they're also, just like peptides, very difficult to get past the stomach acid into the small intestine. And that's where this has to go, is in the small intestine, because then it can go throughout the entire body. Well, what we have through our proprietary phytomicroencapsulation technology, it's our patented technology we can get that past the GI tract. And what's really cool is, isn't it neat how a lot of times the solution to fix so many problems is natural? We have this thing around the outside of the microbe called a phytomicrosphere. It's a botanical. Do you know what that is? It's a plant. And the dehydrated plant on the outside is also a prebiotic. Prebiotics mix with probiotics to make something called a postbiotic. And a postbiotic is what's necessary to heal the gut. So this formula by itself, I'm super excited about the peptides and all the things we do, but this one is a freaking game changer. I will tell you what this does for anxiety, depression, insomnia, my patients, what this has been doing for people to help get weight off their body, the bloatiness, the distension, and the energy. Because what happens is this: when you have leaky gut, when you eat food, that food has waste in it. Well, what happens is when your gut permeability wall isn't good, those toxins get into your bloodstream. And when your toxins get in your bloodstream, you get fatigued and you get little micro doses of sepsis in your system. And over time that builds up and it literally can cause disease and kill folks. And the other big thing is that if you're fatigued, think about your body like a car. If I'm putting gas in the tank, but it can't get to the engine because there's a hole in the gas tank, that's a problem. And this is the solution for that. So if you look at what this does, this massively helps improve gut health. This helps improve cellular health. This is the key to healthy organs, and it really truly is the key to nutritional absorption. So what's cool about what we're bringing to the marketplace, it makes everything else you're doing work better. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're signaling your cells to work better. We're helping the absorption to work better. So if you're taking vitamins, minerals, nutrients, or eating a clean, healthy diet, and you're not getting healthier, it's because you don't have the signaling technology to do that. Does that make sense? That's really a powerful thing. Now look, first of all, I know I've been talking a lot and I've said a lot of things. Have you learned something? Yes? Okay. How many of you would agree this is pretty impactful, pretty powerful so far? Yeah. How many of you would agree that this is also very disruptive in certain channels? Yes? Okay. All right. How many of you would agree that there's probably 20, 30, 40, 50, maybe a bazillion people you know that should hear this message? Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So here's what I'd like to do. Jeremy, is it okay if we take our break down? Okay, so what I'd like to do is we're going to take a break where it's just now 12:30. Okay, so we hit our time mark perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 1-hour break. We're going to come back at 1:30, correct? Is that right? 1:30. And then we're going to go into phase, because if you think this is cool, wait till I show you phase 2. If you think phase 2 is cool, wait till I show you phase 3. It's going to be an absolute rock star afternoon, you guys. So, all right, we're going to take an hour break. We'll be right back. Awesome job this morning. We'll see you in just a moment, guys. Thank you.
How's everybody feeling after lunch? You guys ready to get round 2 on the road? Let's do it. All right. Come on in and let's get revved up. Man, the feedback, the things that you guys have been sharing and saying. That Dr. Eric came up afterward. Hey guys, come on in. Let's get seated. Dr. Eric, some of the physicians that are here, some of the scientists this is crazy, Jim. Man. I'm just curious if anybody thinks we got our hands on something good here. Yeah, I got to tell you, for us, for me, for Eric, this is such a beautiful moment. So we had 3 other moments that were sort of like litmus tests, but this is the one where like, oh my goodness, everything we dreamed, it's happening in this opportunity. We did the NDA agreement, so we had some meetings with private leaders, and that was cool. We disclosed some information, and the energy coming out of that was incredible, those 3 meetings. But today, really, even for me, I just got to thank you guys, because you really sealed, like I came out of this morning session going, okay, we got a lot of work to do to put together, simplify this thing, make sure everything's turnkey. Because the reaction you guys have had to what Dr. Eric shared this morning, I knew it was going to be good. I know what we have, but I'm blown away. I mean, I'm literally blown away. How many of y'all think this might very well be the biggest thing we've ever? It's just special, isn't it? It's special. It's just special. There's something about this. I haven't yet figured out how to put it into words. We're capturing a moment right now in the world, and we're solving some of the biggest problems that are out there. And man, talk about a humbling experience to just see this kind of reaction. We got a real simple plan moving forward from today's event. Dr. Eric's going to be coming up here and continuing the presentation, but real simple plan, guys. Las Vegas on August the 17th. You can go to www.limitless2024.com and you can register for that event. But you guys are builders. You understand what I'm going to say. Now, it's not about you being there. That's a no-brainer. But we've got about 30 days to say how much pre-launch momentum can we create together to fill that event up in Vegas. I believe that we can have one of the biggest launch events that the industry's ever seen in Las Vegas. And it's going to be such a powerful event at the Orleans Arena. And so, by the way, at that event, every person that's at that event, you're going to get they're going to go home with the product, right? Even if they decide not to join, which they'll all join, right? Who's not going to join? But even if they, for some reason, decide not to, just going to be, our gift back to the community because we know that once people start taking the product that same day, for many people, they're going to go, wow, this is a game changer. within days, within weeks, they're going to be telling the world about it. They're going to feel different. They're going to, it's an experience they're going to have. So we know that. We're going to bet on that, right? And we know that. So August the 17th in Las Vegas, this is where we bring the troops together. How many of y'all came here today not really knowing what you were coming to, but you trusted the person who invited you? Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Look around the room. That's half the room. That's 50% of the room. Rodrigo stood up even. He's like, literally he was trying to get information out of me. Like he was like, half the room is here today. Now, by show of hands, how many of you are glad that you showed up? Anybody regret being here? What? No, I'm just kidding. Nobody raised their hand. I'm just kidding. And so, let's put that in perspective for Vegas, right? We're going to be able to tell the story. We're going to get this video out. You're going to have some tools to start working with, et cetera, between now and Vegas. But I guarantee you, just like somebody say you deserve to be here today at this event, there's a whole group of people in your network that trust you that deserve to be at this Vegas event, right? And if we can team up together and bring that together, we start a movement from Vegas. I love, where's Josh at? Appreciate you, bro, for helping organize this event. Give it up for Josh Denny, you guys. He has caught this vision at a whole nother level than what I've ever seen him engage with anything we've done up until now. Part of it's because he has a personal experience with peptides, right? He'll be sharing a story. We're going to bring some leaders up to say hello to everybody later. But he has had his own experience with peptides over the last few months, which transformed his life. And so when this came out, he got really excited. But I love what Josh said when we were in Missouri. So we were at Dr. Eric's clinic. We had a little private event there with about 50 leaders under NDA. And came up to Josh and put my arm around him, back of the room. I said, bro, we're going to crush this. And I love what Josh said. He goes, bro, we're not going to crush this. We're going to crusade this. And I said, man, that's the word. I'm a word guy. I love the power of words, right? Words have energy. And that really is what we have here, right? It's been a long time since our industry has had a movement that was able to build around a crusade, right? I mean, but you talk about you talk about the Art Williams, the companies that really went out and just disrupted so many things. They were crusaders, right? They weren't just there to make money, right? It's, the industry's got to go so much deeper than that. They're just, I'm here to make money. When you're on a crusade, and that crusade is real and it's transformative, it's next level. And so, without a doubt, August 17th, the crusade begins. This project goes live. The crusade begins. You guys know better than I do, but my advice to every leader and influencer in this room is use the power of leverage and the power of, how many agree the person who invited you here today could never, ever have gotten on a call with you and helped you see what you see now over a phone call? Do you agree with that? You had to be here, right? You got to hear it. You got to be there. Same thing with Vegas. You got an army of people whose lives could change as a result of this project, who can be the frontline crusaders with you in this launch. And so my advice to you is leverage that event in Vegas. It's going to be so powerful. It's going to be so filled with some of the best voices in the world when it comes to this space. And of course, we're going to roll out all the details. At that point, the whole thing will be unveiled. So, August 17th in Vegas. Hope you'll be there. You can go to limitless2024.com, register for that event, invite as many people as you can. Of course, they can register as well. And man, we're just humbled to we get to be here together in this moment. So, how many of y'all agree Dr. Eric Naputi is one of a kind? Is he? Oh, there you go. Okay. Dr. Eric, I got to tell you, man, I got a dozen doctors that are here today came up to me after the event, and the things that they had to say about what you are doing, the way your mind works. Dr. Eric is a gift to this world. He really is a gift. And there's a lot of people that have enormous amounts of talent, and enormous amounts of ability who just aren't willing to give it. Guess what? Having the talent isn't the big deal. You know what the big deal is? Giving it, right? Having the potential isn't really the big deal. The big deal is having the heart, the humility, the dedication to say, God, if you've given me something special, I'm going to give it back to the world, and I'm going to serve. And that's what I love, and that's what we hear, we see, we feel from Dr. Eric Naputi, is just that heart to bring who he is and what he has to the world. And he's such a team player. You'll see that in Vegas. The team of doctors and leaders and the influence that he has created around him, we're gonna rock and shock the world on August the 17th. So guys, you heard about phase 1 today. We launched phase 1 on August 17th. Dr. Eric is going to come up, talk to us about phase 2 and phase 3, where this project is going. Help me give an incredible round of applause to the secret weapon of BioLimitless, our fearless leader, Dr. Eric Naputi.
Thanks, brother. Love you, brother. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for that. I'm super humbled by the response of this. And let me say a couple things. I want to make sure we're real clear on a few things. Number one, I told you this is not another Me Too, Vita Vita Vegemin product company. Are you all in agreement that we understand that? Second thing I want you to understand, this ain't about me, this is about we, okay? So we together as a community are going to crusade this. This is not me, this is we together. And we are going to be, I'm just so humbled and blown away the responses I had. I want to tell you one thing, just real quick. I was talking to Edward and Jeremy, you know, I'm their little brother apparently, right? That's what they told you. Anyway, but you know, I was saying to Edward, I said, you know, the road to success is a bumpy one, right? And I was talking to Jeremy about it the other day. The road to success is bumpy. And every once in a while, it's nice to not be off-roading all the time, right, brother? But I'm so humbled because one of the most just beautiful things happened over the break. It took a lot to get to this point for all of us, right? All of us in this room have been through stuff, right? And I, 25 years ago, had the honor and privilege of working with some really elite doctors who taught me how to think outside the box. I remember there was a doctor by the name of George Goodhart who told me, once you understand that anything can cause anything and everything is the cause of everything, and once you start understanding that, you're going to be at a whole different level of helping your patients. Well, there was 12 doctors that started this movement in the 60s and 70s, and it really changed the world. And one of them, who I hadn't seen in probably 20 years, was here in this room today. He was here in this room. I hadn't seen him in 20 years. He didn't know I was going to be here, and I didn't know he was going to be here. And this doctor comes up. I'm taking pictures up here with all these amazing people that are in this room. By the way, there's some amazing people in this room. We're all special. There's some amazingly special people in this room. This doctor comes up to me, who's one of the most renowned healers on the planet, and he literally said to me, "Did you just present the last 20 years of my work?" Because he's one of my, I was like, oh my gosh, Dr. John Brimhall is in this room. And he literally sat on the stage with me, and we had a moment where he said, all I ever wanted was my legacy to be passed on. All I want to do is help heal the world. And I'm so blessed that we could do that together. So anyway, enough of that. I told you I'm pretty transparent and straightforward. I'm a little bit of a big baby sometimes, so I apologize. Let's go ahead and get back to phase 2. How many of you guys phase 1's exciting, yes? Let's talk about phase 2. So can I have the PowerPoint up, pretty please? Thank you. Okay, so first of all, phase 2, which by the way, mark your calendars down for this. We're launching our global event in Dubai in February of 2025. And if you thought this room was full, wait till you get to Dubai after we've launched phase 1 and the world has already seen what's happening. So we're launching phase 2 in Dubai, and I want to see all of you there. And so let's talk a little bit about phase 2. Phase 2 is peptide-driven solutions peptide-driven and solution-specific peptide formulas. And I was talking to a couple doctors in this room. One is a naturopath, and we were having a conversation about it's interesting if you have one drug to do one thing, but what if you put all of the orchestra together to make the magic happen? And that's what these are. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these formulas that we're going to be launching together. And again, we're using our patented delivery system for this. So every single formula that we're going to be launching, not only is it going to be peptide driven, but it's patented formulas and technology. So I had a group of people come up to me and were asking me a lot about what do I think about toxins and detoxification and etc. Well, those of you that saw the hierarchy of health, you understand, we talked about that. If your detox pathways aren't working, the body can't heal like it's supposed to. And everybody hears about all these amazing cleanses and master cleanse and detox this and detox that. Those all things work for people, yes. But we have found a peptide delivery system with a very unique formula that's a detoxification formula. And I'm all about one and done products. I'm all about one and done solutions. So instead of having 5 or 6 or 10 things to take, we've been able to develop a peptide-derived solution that helps not only detoxify some very nasty chemicals out of the body, primarily heavy metals, PFAS. Have you heard of this before? PFAS? This is a forever chemical. That by the way, we're finding these things in human blood tests now that we've never found before. Some researchers have come out recently and said that 80% of all blood tests that they've found, there's been some type of plastic chemical inside of the human body, which then leads to an autoimmune response, and that leads to a whole cascade of symptoms, sickness, and disease. So what if somebody's symptoms, sickness, and disease was caused by a chemical that's stuck inside their system? And the root cause is getting that chemical out of the system, detoxifying it. I had some folks come up to me and ask me questions about candida, yeast, parasites, and all these things. What if there was a compound formula that was peptide driven that could handle all those things? Well, that's what our detox formula is going to do. So we'll be releasing that formula in Dubai in February. Number 2, the world of anti-aging is a very important world, right? But you have to understand, you can't anti-age from the outside in. It has to happen from the inside out. And the quality of the health of your body is in the direct proportion to the quality of the health of the cells inside your body. We have a very strong peptide driven anti-aging formula that does some amazing things. I look pretty good for 97, right? And by the way, we really do have a hair restoration formula that works. I think I look pretty good bald, but I am going to show you how that it can restore it. So we have an amazing anti-aging formula that I cannot wait to share with you. We're going to share more of these things a little bit more when we get to Vegas. But look, those of you that some of you have sat, how many of you have sat through any of the other pre-launches that I've done? We have a lot of the Japanese leaders and some of the other ones here. When I laid out every single formula and I talked about the formulas and the compounds, it was a bit overwhelming, wasn't it? Yeah. It's because there's so much. So I'm making it simpler. I'll tell you, we have an amazing sleep formula. I don't know if you know this, but insomnia is a major problem in the world today. And by the way, did you know that there are genes in the body that if you have a dirty gene, a certain SNP that isn't working like it's supposed to, your body actually needs, instead of 6 to 8 hours of sleep, 8 to 10 hours of sleep. Because it deals with something in the brain called the glymphatic system. And how many of you know people that wake up and it takes them like 2 or 3 hours to wake up? That's a genetic thing. What if I told you that there were things that you could do and formulas that you could do that are peptide derived to help drain the glymphatic system? By the way, years ago, I helped put together with the National Football League and a bunch of other doctors the concussion protocols. And part of the problem with concussions is we get thickening, we get inflammation in the brain. We get CTE syndrome. It's because the brain can't drain. There are physical problems that cause that to happen, but there are chemical issues that cause that to happen. We have a peptide formula that's actually been shown to help thin up that glymphatic tissue, which is lymph tissue, and allows it to drain through the brain better and the whole lymphatic system. But not only do we have sleep formulas that allow the brain to go deeper into that deep sleep phase, when we launch this, we have a technology, which you're going to learn a little bit about in Las Vegas. But could you imagine if there was, you know what a sleep mask is that you wear like on an airplane? We have it's in beta, it's actually past beta testing now. But this mask you wear, And while you sleep, it's a wearable device, and it can measure your brain waves, measure alpha, theta, delta, gamma, beta brain waves. And if your brain gets out of the deep sleep, parasympathetic state through certain light therapy and vibration, it can actually have your brain go deep back into that sleep mode. And we've actually, with this technology, been able to prove that wearing this for 20 minutes is the equivalent of a 4-hour power nap. So how powerful this is unbelievable. And so you have to understand that these formulas, we also have some amazing technology that we can back those up with in addition to the supplements. We have a really phenomenal brain balancing formula. The brain has two components to it. You have a gas pedal and a brake pedal. By the way, those of you that are physicians, don't throw your books at me because I know there's more components to that, but I'm just speaking to the masses. There's two parts of your brain. You have a sympathetic and a parasympathetic. You have a gas pedal and a brake pedal. And we live in a world where we're stressed out all the time, right? Our gas pedal's stuck on go. Well, the gas pedal is the fight or flight response. It's the stress response. The opposite part of the brain is the brakes. It's the part of the brain that allows you to rest, relax, grow, develop, and heal. So what happens is, because of all the stress, we get sympathetically overloaded. We have a formula that we've clinically proven through fMRI and heart rate variability that can actually put your brain back into parasympathetic balance. That's an absolute game changer. Because when your brain is in sympathetic overload, not only can you not rest, which is anxiety, depression, insomnia, you can't focus. And look, folks, I had some conversations with some people, I think, the other day about certain medications like Adderall and Concerta and other meds that are out there. The long-term ramifications of those medications and the symptoms and side effects you can have are pretty detrimental, not just to your brain, but also to your liver and et cetera. What if there were natural peptide-derived formulas that not only have the peptides, but also cofactors, vitamins, minerals, enzymes, and other nutrients that allow the brain to do that? We have that. That by itself is a game changer. I mean, sleep is a serious problem people aren't getting. And if you're not sleeping, I don't know if you know this, but if you don't rest, you don't heal. Our body heals when we sleep. And if you don't sleep, you can't lose weight. If you know this, but there's a big correlation between blood sugar imbalances and insomnia. So it's amazing the results that we're getting with these brain balance formulas. And by the way, we're seeing some amazing work with this formula in particular with kids, especially, school-age kids, focus, concentration, and production of grades and et cetera, which is awesome because I'm all about, if we can fix things from a natural standpoint, let's try to do that first, okay? We have a really phenomenal metabolic reset program. You guys have heard of metabolism before, right? Some of you probably say your metabolism, left in the 80s, right? And it's not around anymore. Well, there are ways that we can bring metabolism back, and there's some really amazing peptides and some other cofactor formulas that we've been able to reset metabolism. And when we reset metabolism, it also helps the body reset on certain levels, certain types of hormones. And some of those hormones have a lot to do with hunger, feeling full. So not only does that reset or that metabolic reset program help with resetting hormones, but it also can help from a weight standpoint. If you look on the other, we also have a hormone protocol, big time hormone protocol. I'm telling you that you have to understand, when you look at that hierarchy of health, a lot of times hormones are out of balance because the bacteria is off, the DNA is not signaling, etc. There are certain peptides that we have been able to put into these formulas that actually help from a natural standpoint bring testosterone back in men and women, help balance out estrogen, especially for females. A lot of women, and men too, but mostly women, get a condition known as estrogen dominance. This is a big problem, and it leads to things like polycystic ovarian syndrome. It leads to things like infertility. By the way, that backs up into genetic imbalances. So it's amazing, this whole protocol that lays out. These formulas help complement the genetic testing and the blood testing, et cetera, that we have. We have vitality formulas. Okay, so let's talk about this as adults for just a minute. Vitality is sexual improvement, sexual performance, okay? We have peptide. You're welcome. We have, man, there's so many things I want to say, but we're being recorded, so I'll keep it PG-13. There are medications that are on the market right now that have some really nasty side effects that people are relying on in order for them to have some level of vitality performance. There's a lot of issues that deal with blood flow and erectile issues. And by the way, for women, there's similar problems. Men get andropause, women get menopause. And a lot of times we get blood flow and circulation issues that our organs don't work like they're supposed to. And let's just say that men and women are both moved towards pleasure and away from pain. And we found with these vitality formulas, there is a hormonal component as well to this, but mainly a blood flow component, that it moves people more towards pleasure, if that makes sense. And so that's a very powerful formula that we have. We also have another big one that has been proven to help improve ATP in the body. ATP is energy. Now, we're going to dig a lot deeper into this. I was talking to one of the doctors before. There are two technologies that we have that are patented technologies. One of them is the phytomicroencapsulation that we use to take certain peptides from an oral standpoint and get it past the GI tract into the stomach. We use another technology that's a lipid nanotechnology. You've probably heard of this before, yeah? This lipid nanotechnology, we can take peptides and put it into a gel pack or put it into water. Now, I don't know if you know this, but in the world we live in right now, 5-hour energy drinks, I'm not trying to pick a fight with any companies that are out there, but there are some issues with some people that take 5-hour energy drinks, yeah? You know, Gatorade is getting banned in certain areas of the country, right, because of the chemicals that are in it. There's Prime is a prime example, no pun intended, of a sports enhancement drink that's being sued right now because of PFAS and other chemicals that are in it. So what if there was a natural delivery system that we have using that technology I just told you to take peptides, put it into a water or a gel solution, and it improves energy, it improves focus, it improves mood, and it improves memory, and there's no side effects to it. We have that. And by the way, think about that just for a minute. If you have a replacement for energy drinks and focus and concentration, like 5-hour energy and etc., but it's natural, how big of a market is that? Like, how big of a market is that? Especially whenever there's issues with Gatorade right now, Prime, and other things that are out there. That's huge within itself. We have that. Together, we have that. We have a phenomenal, now this is really important. I want to talk about this. We have a phenomenal straight-up weight loss program. Now, let me explain this. And it does a lot with GLP-1 agonist. I was talking to some of the doctors over the break about my thoughts on semaglutide. Semaglutide is a peptide. That's what Ozempic, Wegovy, trizepatide, all these things have a form of those peptides in it. The problem is when you take a mega dose of peptides and inject it into your bloodstream, that's a problem. Doctors now are starting to use the technology known as microdosing, which is hilarious because I'm just now hearing about microdosing of peptides, and we've been talking about it for a year and a half. So we actually use microdosing technology in our peptides. When you get an injection, a megadose of peptides, yes, it's going to completely shut down your body's ability. You're not going to be hungry. Most people. Very small percentage it doesn't affect, but you're not hungry. And it slows down peristalsis. It causes a lot of digestive issues. I mean, the Ozempic trials, like think about this. This is how crazy the world is about having a solution to obesity. In the Ozempic trials, there were 30,000 people that reported that they had like such bad loose stool that they defecated in their sleep, right? But they were like, hey, you know what? That's a side effect I'll live with if I can lose weight, So what if we had a formula that had all the natural cofactors in addition to a microdose of semaglutide in our patented delivery system that allows you to lose weight, but it doesn't have as much of a rebound effect as taking megadoses of semaglutides. I don't know if you know this, but the megadoses of semaglutides are showing rebounds, which basically means once someone gets off of the Ozempic, Wegovy, whatever, then their weight comes back. And typically what happens is they gain a couple more pounds than they even lost in the first place. So we actually have formulas that have been proven, and we've already done studies on these, that 6-week studies that shows the average male loses between 26 to 28 pounds, and the average woman loses between 24 and 25 pounds. That's fat. I mean, that's pretty impressive right by itself. And there's no side effects with this. And what we're also doing is we're teaching the lifestyle that you should live. From your DNA test, we can tell if you should be more of a protein eater, more of a carbohydrate eater, more of a fat metabolizer. You're going to know with precision, sniper rifle accuracy, what type of a food plan is best for you. So many people have tried so many different types of fad diets, right? And some will work for you and some won't. It's all based off of your genetics and your gut microbiome. So we have that. That's pretty, I mean, just think about that. That by itself. That market by itself is huge. If we launched with just a weight loss product that didn't have the side effects and had those kind of results, how big of a deal would that be, right? We have that, okay? We have a really amazing formula that we put together that helps with muscle growth. Now, I do know that it works because my jacket doesn't fit anymore, just so you know. I got to get a new one for Vegas, but I'm just kidding. But listen, so with this formula, the reason why this is so important is because the longevity studies. Are you familiar with longevity? The longevity study? This is this big, massive study that's been going on for over 40 years. I mean, it's huge. And what they're saying is the number one, like literally the number one aspect of people who live a happy, healthy, long life and healthy into their senior years of life, whatever you want to call it, the number one deal is the amount of muscle mass they have going into their later years. And it's not about being, massively huge, ripped or any of that. That's not it. It's about having good functional muscles. And I need you to understand that your muscles are like a battery charging pack for energy for your body. And the better, healthier that your muscles move and contract, the more energy your body has. That's a huge, powerful thing. We have formulas that improve growth factor, growth hormone. Big one that helps with insulin-like growth factor. That's huge. Without having to take drugs to do this, that's an absolute game changer. We also have some amazing stress formulas. I told you earlier, we have a big issue with stress, right? And when your sympathetic nervous system is on overdrive, that negatively impacts your pituitary, your adrenals, your hypothalamus, and a bunch of other organs in your body. I mean, how many people in here, like I said earlier, how many people have been stressed out so much that their stomach gets upset? Or they get stressed out so much they have physical pain? Or that's how big of a deal that chemical imbalances with stress can cause issues. And there's all kinds of formulas and protocols and things to do on the market to this day that are supposed to help with the adrenal glands, right? Well, the issue is you can take all the vitamins, minerals, and herbs that are out there, which are so powerful, but if you don't have the worker bees, the enzymes, the peptides, etc., to put that to work, it doesn't repair that like it's supposed to. Does that make sense? That's what we have. We have that. So stress, anxiety, and all the side effects of stress, doctors will tell you, most will tell you that inflammation is the cause of all disease, right? If you take a step back from that, most will also tell you stress is the number one killer of all men and women on the planet. Those of you that have been under stress before know exactly what I'm talking about. And if there was a way for your body to chemically handle the stress that you're under, how much better would that make your life? Because how many of you would agree with me that most of the stress that you perceive that you're under, to be quite honest with you, it's mostly self-inflicted, isn't it? And the reality of it is that you've survived 100% of the days that you didn't think you were going to live with all the stress you've been under, right? What if you had some solutions that were not drug-related solutions that didn't have massive amounts of side effects that a lot of these drugs are for people that take antidepressants, anti-anxieties, all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't that be an amazing thing? Well, we have a peptide-derived formula that does just that. And then we have some amazing skin rejuvenation products. We have been able to take, actually, I'll tell you a really cool story behind some of these. Let me see if we have. I'll tell you about that in a moment. My wife, God bless her, my wife and I have been together since we were kids. We've been together since we were in the 8th grade. It's crazy, right? But when I come home every day, I see literally about $1,200 to $1,500 on her vanity that has all this like cosmetic stuff on. Okay, so listen to this, folks. We now have been able to take 90% of that stuff, throw it in the trash, and use the skin formula that we have that has collagen peptides and a few other things in it that she doesn't need that anymore. So for literally less than $200 a month, I was able to get rid of $1,500 worth of products that didn't help her. You're welcome. That is a huge, huge deal, right? So that's pretty powerful. Okay, also in phase 2, this is when it starts to get really cool. So I was sitting up here speaking with Dr. Brimhall, and I told him, he said, I can't stick around for the afternoon. But I said, I have to tell you about this. So how many of you know what stem cells are? Okay, so stem cells, so just real quick, what a stem cell is the cell that's produced in our body that really doesn't know what it wants to be when it grows up. What a stem cell does is whenever the body's under stress, the stem cell says, the body says, hey, stem cell, turn into a cell to remake that bone tissue. Turn into a cell to remake that organ tissue. Turn into a cell to make that nerve tissue come back on. That's what a stem cell is, essentially, okay? Stem cells make something called exosomes. Exosomes is the orchestra that tells the cells what to do. That's cell signaling technology 2.0, okay? So this is really, really powerful that you understand this. This, by the way, this oral exosome formula from stem cells is from the very first ever FDA approved exosome formula. It has the very first BLA licensed exosome formula in the United States of America by the FDA. We have the ability, the license, and the formula to take the very first FDA-approved lyophilized form of stem cells with our green algae technology and give it to people orally for the rest of their life. That is so big, it's not even funny. I'm sitting on the stage talking to Dr. Brimhall, and he says, oh, we do stem cell injections and IVs all the time. I said, so do we in my practice. And let me give you an example of that. When you come to a doctor's office like mine and you get 1 cc of exosomes in an IV, because again, the exosomes go into the blood and they tell the cells what to do. The body's smart. Those cells actually go where they're supposed to go. If you had a GI problem and I injected you in your hip and your body said that the GI is a bigger problem than the hip, those cells don't go, they go from here to here. They go to where they're needed. That's how they work. So when I told him that those cells we normally give, 1 cc typically has 15 billion cells in it, which is a large amount. Ours has 62 billion cells in it. That's 4,000 times more potent that's normally on the market to this day. And we're going to be able to give you that IV that you normally get in an office, which is normally $2,500 to $3,500 for one IV. We're going to be able to give you a month's supply with more of the exosomes in it for literally a couple $100. And I asked him, I said, what would that do to your patients? He goes, oh my God, I can't even imagine what that would do to my patients. This has never been done before. We have that as a community to take out there. That's why it's so important for us to understand that this is not about treating diseases or symptoms or any of that. This is about getting cell signaling technology into the body so the body can do what it was built to do, and that's to heal. We're designed to heal. Does that make sense? So this is really powerful. So this has been proven to repair cellular damage. This restores the immune system. This formula has been proven massively to do two big things. Number one, it is one of the strongest immune modulators on the planet. Immune modulators are what regulates the immune system. Has anybody ever heard of a cytokine storm before? Yeah, of course all the doctors know what that is. What happens is when you get an infection or get sick, your immune system turns on. Well, it needs to turn on, but it also has to turn down and turn off when it's done. If it turns on too much, a lot of times what will happen is we get what's called a cytokine storm because nothing's there to modulate the immune system. Now, there are different compounds that we know that modulate it. Vitamin D and other things are important, but we've never seen such a strong immune modulator from a biologic before. So this literally can turn that down, which is huge. So it helps with the immune system. This is also a very, very powerful anti-inflammatory. So I was talking to some folks over the break about, they said, well, if I take ibuprofen all the time. Well, if you take ibuprofen all the time, that destroys your liver, destroys your kidneys. It's a major cause of tinnitus, ringing in the ears, and a lot of other problems. What if there was a formula that you could take that would keep the inflammation down in your body all the time? And I already told you that most doctors will tell you that chronic inflammation is the root of all chronic disease. This formula does that. And there's never been anything like this on the market. This is the oral formula that does that. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that really by itself, if we just launched with this, I know I sound like that pitch guy, but wait, there's more, right? Because these are things that have just never been done before. If we just took the weight loss, if we just took the muscle building, if we just took the vitality, if we just took this, we would hit a home run and then some, let alone what I showed you on the foundational formula. So it just keeps getting better and bigger. So that is absolutely huge. Now, here's what else is really cool. The same FDA-approved exosomes, we now have the very first exosome. I'm going to tell you about the formula with this thing. The very first exosome-driven skin cream. We have a cosmetic line that we're going to be bringing. We're going to be launching in phase 2. Y'all better come to Dubai. This is going to be huge. So this is truly next level formula that is, again, exosome infused, but here's what it has in it. It has, number one, the exosomes, which is absolutely phenomenal. Do you guys know, so many people are using, taking collagen right now. You know what collagen is, right? Collagen's great, but collagen is a raw material. You need to have a collagen peptide to take that collagen and make your skin look pretty again, right? And make your organs look good. Well, look what's in this formula. So we somebody's real excited about it. We have the collagen peptide that's in here, the exosome, and if you look, all these other natural formulas that we know reduce wrinkles, help with sun damage, help with hydration, help brighten up and tone the skin. But here's the big one. You see at the very top, there's a bacteria in there. It's a bacillus bacteria. Let me tell you about this. This is really cool. So how many of you ever heard of the space station before? NASA and the space station? Okay, so you may or may not know this. There's a lot of testing that gets done up there. They don't just go up there and hang out. They test a lot of things. They take a lot of bacteria into the space station to see how bacteria responds in space. Well, this interesting bacteria, this bacillus bacteria, they just couldn't kill it. They kept it outside of the space station and it just wouldn't die. Well, what they found is that this bacteria, if you put it on the skin or you put it on a cell, it extends the life of the cell. It makes the cell live longer. Does anybody know who Dr. David Sinclair is? Yeah, Harvard medical PhD, big deal, right? Anti-aging guru, right? So NASA space station went to David Sinclair and said, "Hey, Dr. Sinclair, what do we do with this thing?" He says, "Oh my gosh, let's figure out what we can do from an anti-aging, because the quality of your health is in direct proportion to the quality of the health of your cells. Your skin is made up of trillions and trillions of cells, right? And by the way, your skin is a direct reflection of the inside of your body. If your skin's messed up, usually your small intestine and your liver have some problems." So Sinclair said, "This is amazing, but I don't know what do I do with this?" So we called him and said, "Hey, we'll take that." So not only do we have that, not only do we have the David Sinclair stamp of approval, but we can put on this product literally the space station approved, that this is space station. This is like NASA skincare cream. We literally can put that on there. So this is, again, next level crazy stuff that we've got access to. So that's super powerful stuff. Okay. Really and truly, there really is a hair restoration cream that really truly works, okay? I've been promoting and talking about this now for several years, and when I go and talk to our science research team and other doctors across the globe, they're looking at me like, "Does it really work?" I like my bald head. By the way, do you know the number one reason why most men develop baldness? It's not genetics. Only 12% or less actually has genetic, true male pattern baldness. A lot of times, you ever hear people say, if I wear a hat too much, it causes baldness? Do you know what that comes from? You get fungus in your scalp. It's fungus. What happens is that fungus goes in and it entraps and encapsulates that hair follicle and it can't grow. Well, guess what? The exosomes are antimicrobial and antifungal. And by the way, the reason why a lot of times skin blotches and even sometimes freckles clear up whenever you use the skin cream, because a lot of those skin spots that people have are funguses. So we get to clean that stuff up. So we have a hair restoration cream. It's exosome infused. It's patented. It's FDA approved. It combats the fungal overgrowth. It addresses the genetic component of it as well. It's really quite amazing what this can do. Really quite amazing. And it's a lot of fun. We also are going to be launching a exosome vitality cream. So I told you about the vitality pills. We have some creams for this as well. This improves vascular health and function. This has been shown to improve performance, and it helps with things like ED and other circulatory issues that men and women have, okay? So we're all adults. This is good for everybody, okay? So that's amazing. So that, you want to go back to that one? Okay, I'll go back to that one more time. It's funny how we've got all this breakthrough stuff that can really help people from a health standpoint, and the hair, the skin, and the erectile stuff is all everybody really cares about. It's fine. I'm just here to help, whatever I can help with. I'm Dr. Eric, not Dr. Phil. I don't judge, okay? So also what we have in our phase 2 is we have some additional technology with precision testing that we're launching. This is really amazing. So this is something that you have the ability to order directly from our app, directly from our website. You can have, if you go to the very top, check this out. How cool would it be if you could take your phone out and on our app, you can actually do a facial scan, a scan of your face. And it can tell you the hydration that you've got. It can tell you the issues that you even have when it comes to why you have some wrinkles going on. It can tell you your biological versus chronological age. How many of you are familiar with Dr. Oz? Yeah? Do you know Dr. Perricone, the anti-aging? Okay, so who came up with the chronologic versus biologic age? You may be 30 years, biologically or chronologically, but biologically you might look like you're 50. Well, we're able to measure that. There's some technology that's out there. In fact, it was massively developed during COVID, and a lot of countries implemented this technology. It's facial scans to see perspiration, to see if they have temperatures, to see if they could mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Well, this technology now has been used in the anti-aging world to see the analysis of the health of your face. And the health of your face and your skin can change. So think about how cool this would be. If you do your scan, and let's say your scan says you're 50, okay? And then you start using the skin cream, okay? And you start doing all the therapies. And then next thing you know, 6 weeks later, you scan, and now it says it's 40. I mean, how amazing is that? Like, we have access to that stuff, okay? We have a neurocheck through our app. The neurocheck measures something called heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is the gold standard in measuring sympathetic versus parasympathetic brain activity. I will tell you in my own private practices, I measure all of my patients' brain function. Because if your brain isn't functioning like it's supposed to, your organs and body can't function like it's supposed to. This is one of the most powerful tools. And in Las Vegas, we're going to be digging deep into this, talking about that technology deeply. But what's really cool about this tech, we can tell a lot about a person's personality and their tendencies and how they respond to things based off of their brain activity. In fact, one of my favorite things to do is when someone says, well, that doesn't sound like it's legit, doc. They just don't know. I said, don't tell me anything about you. Let's do a brain scan, and I'm going to tell you about you. I did that with Jeremy, Ilya, and Edward, by the way. And when I ran their scans, when I did Jeremy's scan, it was really interesting because Jeremy, I'm just going to lay it out there. Jeremy's scan had a really, you could see that his brain, he thinks on a whole different level. You guys saw how he was up here speaking, right? But you can also see that he has a brainwave, that he has the ability to get sniper rifle focused on something, whatever he needs to, and block out all the noise. It's really super cool. And when I measured Edward was his brain was like a calm intensity. You could see that he's processing, he's thinking, he doesn't, get too emotional on responses. It's really pretty amazing how you can tell how somebody functions through their brain activity. And then I did Ilya's, and he was kind of in between both of them, which is interesting. They're like the three musketeers. It's amazing how their brains work together perfectly. But why is that important? If somebody is sympathetically overloaded, and let's say you're trying to help them with blood pressure or cholesterol or stress response diseases, well, if their brain is on sympathetic overload, then you've got to treat the brain. You can't just give them chemicals to help their body fix that. We have technologies that we'll be telling you about in Vegas that does just that. So that's super cool. So NeuroCheck and HRV. We have the sleep study device that I told you, the wearable tech that we have that can measure your brain activity. All of this stuff can be API'd into the app and get more data about you, how you sleep, how you rest, how your body responds to things. We have blood testing that we offer. This is really cool. We've been able to, and by the way, we already have global distribution of this ready to go. We can do at home finger prick, a dry blot blood test that can measure inflammatory markers, vitamin and mineral and nutritional deficiencies and toxicities. We can measure heavy metals. We can measure hormones. We can even look at candida, yeast, fungus, and parasites through some of this testing we have. That is amazing by itself. By the way, some of these tests are difficult for you to order through your own doctor's offices, aren't they? Yeah, you can click a button on your app and you can order them for pennies on the dollar compared to what you get them through some of these major labs that are out there. That's huge. Because then we don't guess, we test, right? Somebody asked me, do I need a parasite cleanse? I don't know. Do you have parasites? Do I need a detox? I don't know. Do you have heavy metals? Let's not guess, let's test. We need to get into that mentality of thinking. Telomere testing. Do you know what a telomere is? So your chromosomes, telomeres are amazing. These telomeres are proteins in the body that they they signal cells what to do. And at the end of your telomere is something called, what was it? Is it ACAP? Is that the name of it? I forget the name of it. Gosh darn it. But it looks like, do you know the end of your shoestring? The little plastic thing that's on there? Yeah. So at the end of your telomere, you have a little cap on it. And what happens is if that telomere shortens, the telomere, when it shortens, it signals to the cells to start to go through the decay process and death process of the cells. And if our cells decay and ultimately die, so do we, right? That's the aging process. So telomere lengthening is huge. We've already been able to prove through several of our formulas, including the exosome oral encapsulation therapy, that we can lengthen telomeres. So one of the cool things there's a lot of things that can lengthen telomeres, by the way, but we've been able to clinically show that some of our formulas can do that. I promise you, in the field of anti-aging now, but if in the very near future, that is going to be one of the most common tests that is done. It's not what your blood sugar is. It's not where your cholesterol is. It's going to be looking at telomeres, and it's going to be looking at genes. And we're already ahead of the curve for that. That's a simple little finger prick test that we can do from home as well. That's a super powerful one. When I show that to doctors at the A4M, or that's the Academy of Anti-Aging, or other type of longevity practitioners, it blows their mind that they have access to this technology. We also have stool testing. And by the way, that's a big deal. There's a lot of people that have some serious health challenges, things like even food allergies and food sensitivities, and things like, lots of irregularity in their GI tract. We can literally send to their home these stool samples. It's a comprehensive GI analysis. It looks at gut health, digestive health, inflammation. It looks at nutritional absorption. And then we can make personalized recommendations on foods to eat, foods to avoid, a lot of really root cause things. Most folks don't understand that food allergies, food sensitivities, and even environmental allergies that people have are because of imbalances in the GI tract and imbalances in the microbiome. There's a really cool documentary on Netflix I would encourage you guys to go check out and watch. It's called Root Cause, Gut Health. It's pretty basic, but it's a good place to start if you haven't gone down the road of GI understanding. We have a really amazing cardio check, which is a wearable tech that we've got that is real-time monitoring. It integrates into the app. It looks at comprehensive feedback on heart functionality and et cetera, which is the number 2 leading cause of death in America today. And then, like I said, we have the sleep study. So we have all those advanced tests that we're rolling out in phase 2, again, direct to the consumer to be able to have. Phase 3, this is really exciting. So all the great things that we talked about, we're launching in 2025. We're doing the crowdfund for it starting in August. Our goal, again, is to have BioLimitless centers of excellence all over the world, literally the world. Our goal is within the next 3 years to have 200 clinics up and rock and rolling across the globe. And with your help, we can do that, and we can do that very easily. This really brings together advanced diagnostics, the precision therapeutics, the treatments, AI technology, world-class physicians and support staff. By the way, really excited. We have some amazing doctors who have been there, done that, got the T-shirt on, opening up practices globally, establishing culture within our centers of excellence. One of our physicians who's going to be assisting with this has helped open up over 16,000 doctors' offices across the globe. Like, this is like not our first rodeo doing this, if that makes sense. Phase 3 is launching in 2025. Where we're going to be introducing the centers of excellence. All of our team are going to be BioLimitless trained and certified clinicians. We're going to have in-house expanded offerings of services. The therapeutics and things that you are getting direct to consumer, by the way, you're going to be able to get all these and then some at the facilities. So some of the offerings that we're going to have, imagine if there was a place that you could go where you could have all the genetic testing done, all of the blood work done. If you needed to have hormone replacement therapy, they can do that for you there. If you need injectable peptides, we can do that for you there. By the way, we have a telehealth component to this as well. So if you can't come to one of the brick and mortar facilities, through your app, you can click on, I want to see this physician or this nurse practitioner or this health advocate, and then they can prescribe and monitor your medications and help you hopefully get off some of those medications, because that's what we're all about, getting more people less sick. We're going to have primary care. Is anybody familiar with the concept of, this is the concept of med beds? You've heard of this before? Okay, so I'll just give you a sneak peek. We actually have, and I'll talk about this more in Vegas, but imagine if there was a piece of technology that you could get into, and in 15 minutes you could have something called post-electromagnetic therapy, you could have Tesla coil therapy, you could have violet light therapy, you could have vibration therapy and brain balance therapy all in one within 15 minutes. I mean, it's like literally a Tesla charging station for the human body. We're in beta test for that thing right now. It's amazing what we're doing with that. We have precision testing, something called ARP therapy. If you have muscle imbalances in your body, by the way, most people that have joint problems, most joint issues are because the muscles are out of balance in the body. But a lot of times it's hard to isolate what muscles are problematic. What if there was a piece of technology that we could put on your body and then we could scan your body and find out how the muscles respond to that and tell exactly what muscle's working and not working? We have that. You can't get any more precise than that when it comes to the root cause of your problem. Whole body scans, that's a huge thing in the world right now. Whole body MRI scans. I don't know if you know this, but people are leaving the United States of America to go to other countries on destination health trips so they can go to places in Eastern Europe and etc. and get an MRI and get blood work and get all this stuff done because they can do it over there for $10,000 or less. You can't even get a Band-Aid at a doctor's office in the United States for less than that, right? We're bringing that technology to all of our centers. One of the other things that we're going to be bringing, this is a center where you can actually go and use our FDA-approved exosomes for injections into your joints, injections into your face for like cosmetic use. You literally can go to our practices and our trained clinicians can do injections of exosomes and stem cells into your scalp, FDA-approved, to regenerate hair. We also have IVs that you can do. This is a true wellness center on steroids that's out there. We're also offering in-office, who's ever heard of CRPS, chronic regional pain syndrome? Okay, chronic regional, of course the doctors will know this. This is a very big issue where people unfortunately don't really have a lot of solutions. We belong to a group of physicians who we're bringing a technology to the marketplace that has an over 70% success rate in reversing CRPS, which is chronic pain regional syndrome, which absolutely destroys people's lives. We have that technology. Hyperbaric therapy, and much, much more. These centers of excellence are going to be absolutely ridiculously amazing. And what's so cool is that everybody that I've talked to about the technology we're putting in has said, well, I live in Scottsdale, or I live in Las Vegas, or I live in Chicago. Why don't I just put one of these centers in there? Because I was going to buy all this stuff to put in my basement anyway. Why not turn it into a business? And by the way, I'll just tell you, from opening up over 30 practices and working with some other doctors that have done over 16,000 practices globally, I will tell you that the numbers on these things are absolutely astronomical. I just had a physician come up and talk to me a minute ago about how he's literally, being not paid at all by the insurance companies over the last year. Like $0 he's made over the last year because he's giving good care, but he's not getting reimbursement because third-party insurance reimbursement is a joke. I've literally gotten checks from the insurance company for a penny, literally a penny, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. So what if we're able to give these clinicians an opportunity to monetize and make some really good money again, as well as the owners of these centers? And remember what Jeremy said, percentages of that all go back into the community. Like, this is amazing opportunity what we've got. So these centers are huge. I can't wait to share more. In Las Vegas, you're going to hear some really cool stuff about these centers. I can promise you that. So that's phase 3, which we'll be launching in 2025. Pretty cool, yeah? So, thanks. So I know this is a lot of information, right? But I'm just trying to give you an idea of what's yet to come, right? So we know what's launching in phase 1, okay? You see what's coming in phase 2. You see what's coming in phase 3 now. And I'm just telling you, and beyond, because we will always be working to bring in the best technology and the best practices for all of our community. So I just want you to see this right now. We already have global distribution set up through all of North America, South America, the Middle East, Europe, Asia, Africa, and we've got a global infrastructure in place right now that we're going to be able to open up all across the world. People are asking me, what about Australia? What about this? As long as we have a need and it makes sense, we will go. We just have to go through the process of educating the regulators of those areas of what we're doing, which is really actually pretty simple, okay? Because what we're doing is pretty common sense. And then internet, we already have our manufacturing set up already here in the U.S. and in Europe. It's already set up and established, and we're soon to open up in the Middle East as well for manufacturing. So this is already ready to go, like as of August 17th, ready to rock and roll right out of the gate. That's huge, so we don't have to wait on that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, Jeremy mentioned this a little bit earlier about the BioLimitless sales component. You know, our whole deal is to lead an artificial intelligence revolution. I have to tell you, I didn't know anything about blockchain until about 5 years ago. I didn't know what a smart contract was until about 4 years ago. I didn't understand AI, and like most people, when you don't understand something, you fear it, right? False evidence appearing real. I thought, oh man, is this like Terminator? Are we going to be like living in the Matrix? What's going on here, right? And now I understand how the AI and technology that we have, literally we can train it. And I've been training this technology. I'll show you in a minute. It's really pretty cool. Over the last year, well, not less than a year, but we've been putting over almost 20 years of my information, my data, and all the compliance in there. So we're able to have this, and for the first time ever, and on August the 17th, you'll have access to your own personal, really product expert to answer questions remotely. This is really a powerful tool, and in a minute we'll test it out because I want you guys to hear a little bit of the conversation. I think it's pretty amazing. The sales AI component we have has AI. It's an AI voice agent, multilingual capabilities. We have it's a lead generator. It's going to attach to our CRM integration as well, so into the back office system. And it's a dedicated company expert. So the days of having to wait for the opportunity call or the webinar or to get one of the doctors or somebody on the phone are over, because we actually have AI that we've trained to be able to use this technology. It's pretty cool. It's actually really quite amazing. And actually, you know what? Let's give her a call. You want to check it out? All right. So let's see if I can do this. So her name, by the way, before I call her, she's shy sometimes. Her name's Melissa. Before we call, I want to tell you something. I personally, you're going to hear the conversation between me and Melissa in just a moment. And we've been training her, and we're constantly training her. The more the AI learns, the smarter it gets, the better it can respond. And I'm so excited about the compliance component to this. And it can answer questions that, quite honestly, most of us in this room can't answer about our technologies, right? We've trained it for that. And I will tell you that at first, the first time I heard the interaction, the voice is a little robotical. And I thought, man, this is never going to work. People don't want to talk to a robot. And then we tested it out with over 1,000 people. And you know what the number one response I got back was? I love talking to Melissa because I know it's an AI. I'm not being judged by a human on the other phone. I don't feel insecure and embarrassed to ask any question that I could possibly want to ask. And if I didn't understand the question, I could ask it differently. Like this, to me, that was like the sword coming out of the stone. Like it proved to me that this was it. So let's give her a call and see what she says. I think you could probably hear it from here.
Thank you for reaching out to BioLimitless, where we transcend limitations and unlock your limitless potential. My name is Melissa. May I have your name?
My name is Eric.
Hi, Eric. It's great to meet you. How can I assist you today?
Melissa,
Are you interested in learning more about our innovative healthcare and wealthcare solutions, or do you have specific questions about our products or business opportunities?
Could you tell me about BioLimitless?
BioLimitless is a revolutionary platform that offers innovative healthcare and wealthcare solutions. Our holistic approach combines advanced AI and biological technologies to provide personalized treatments, telehealth services, and comprehensive wellness testing. We also offer blockchain-based financial transparency and stablecoin transactions for enhanced wealthcare. Our goal is to empower individuals to take control of their health and financial well-being through cutting-edge technologies and transparent opportunities. How can I assist you further with BioLimitless?
Can you tell me more about peptides?
Peptides are short chains of amino acids that play a crucial role in various biological functions within the body. They are often referred to as the building blocks of proteins and can have specific effects on different bodily systems. In the context of health and wellness, peptides are increasingly being used for their potential benefits in areas such as mental and physical well-being, cognitive enhancement, and cardiovascular health. At BioLimitless, we offer the Peptide Power Pill, which combines peptides and essential nutrients to support overall health. The Peptide Power Pill is designed to provide a range of benefits, including cognitive enhancement and cardiovascular support. It's a key component of our comprehensive approach to optimizing health and well-being. Would you like more detailed information about the Peptide Power Pill or how it can benefit you?
Hey, Melissa, can you cure my cancer with these supplements? What's going on here? What's the deal?
I understand your concern, and it's important to clarify that while our products are designed to support overall health and well-being, they are not intended to cure or treat specific medical conditions such as cancer. Our focus is on providing innovative healthcare solutions that complement traditional medical treatments and promote holistic wellness. It's essential to consult with a qualified healthcare professional for the appropriate medical care and treatment of any specific health condition, including cancer. If you have any further questions or would like to explore how our products can support your overall wellness, please feel free to ask.
Hey, Melissa, you said there's a financial opportunity here. What's that look like?
Absolutely, Eric. BioLimitless offers a unique wealth care opportunity that allows individuals to not only benefit from our innovative healthcare solutions, but also to participate in a transparent and autonomous financial system. Our platform leverages blockchain technology to provide financial transparency and stability through stablecoin transactions. This creates an opportunity for individuals to engage in wealth-building activities while contributing to the advancement of healthcare technologies. Whether you're interested in using our products or exploring the wealth care opportunity, we can provide you with more information and guidance on how to get started. How would you like to proceed?
How do I make $1 million a month doing this BioLimitless thing, Melissa?
While we understand the appeal of financial success, it's important to set realistic expectations.
Okay.
BioLimitless offers opportunities for individuals to participate in our wealth care system and potentially generate income through our business model. However, it's essential to approach any financial opportunity with a clear understanding of the effort, time, and resources required to achieve specific financial goals. We can provide you with more information about our business model and the potential for generating income, as well as the steps involved in getting started. If you're interested in learning more about the wealth care opportunity and how it aligns with your financial goals, please let me know and I'll be happy to assist you further.
So you get it, right? We're able to use AI technology to be able to be customer service, compliance, explain all the products, answer any questions somebody has. If you don't understand so many people that I've talked to said, I'm in, Dr. Eric, but I don't know what I'm in for. I'm in. I'm ready to do this. Okay, well, that's great. Well, I don't want you to have to freak out to not be able to explain this, so you can use Melissa, which, by the way, will be integrated into our app, into our website to explain products, etc. There's so many opportunities to use her and other technologies. This is all about using advanced technologies, blockchain, smart contracts, all the delivery systems we have. This is not the future of healthcare. This is the presence of healthcare. And don't forget, folks, if the system is too big to fail, we build a new one. That's what we do at BioLimitless. So, folks, that's all I got for you right now. What do you think? Pretty good? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I know everybody's super excited about all this. I know you probably still have a lot of questions, but you understand where we're at and where we're going. And I'm telling you, between now and Las Vegas, Jeremy's going to come up here in a minute. I think he's going to have a couple leaders come up and speak and answer some questions. But I want you to know we're in this together. It's not about me, it's about we. But I promise you, as a community, we together will develop all of the tools and the solutions that you all need to be successful. This is an opportunity for us to truly change the way that healthcare is delivered and received forever. So thank you guys so much for your time. Jeremy, the floor is yours, brother. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
I love it. All right, who's excited? A little bit? Couple of cool things. I was talking to Edward back there. He said, man, make sure everybody understands this and this. And one is, understand this phase 3 with the clinics. Guys, we're going to own the clinics, the community, the people. are going to own the BioLimitless centers. This is powerful. And for those of you that are new to our community, understand that what we do, where we began, our roots are in crowdfunding. That's what we did. We crowdfund projects through a decentralized platform where people have an opportunity to actually financially back those projects and have ownership of those projects. So just imagine, there's a big group of folks here, for example, from Texas. Raise your hand if you're from Texas today. That's a third of the room. Well, I guarantee after this, I already know Jim's going to be the first one calling me. He's going to say, how to get one of these clinics and blah, 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 blah. And he'll name 10 different cities that they have leaders in. And we'll say, boom, let's crowdfund it with your group. Imagine your group, your network, your people say, listen, we own these clinics in these cities. We profit from the growth of those clinics. And for the first time ever in the history of the world, there's medical clinics, health clinics that are community driven, that are backed by community, not the system. It's never been done. It's disruptive. It's disruptive. It's revolutionary. There's a whole team here from Japan today and leaders that have made millions and millions of dollars in our crowdfunding model, broken records in this industry. I guarantee when we're done here today, Megumi, Tomomi, and some of these leaders are going to call Edward on the phone and say, how do we open clinics in Tokyo? How do we open clinics in Kyoto? How do we get the BioLimitless centers of excellence in our cities, in our neighborhoods? And even better, we get to own them. We get to own them. It's powerful. The model is going to be so disruptive. We're not going to disclose the details of the model here today because we're still going through that finalization process and the legal paperwork. We're under some NDAs as well with some of the partnerships. But just know it's going to be. Have we ever done anything not disruptive? I promise you, the BioLimitless clinic model, it's next level. We are going to help people create additional layers of wealth through the entire model that we have. And the clinic model, the BioLimitless Centers of Excellence model is going to be one of those streams of revenue for our community. It's going to be so powerful. We believe that we can open up 200. I've been on webinars 3, 4, 5 times this week with Dr. Eric and a gentleman that we're bringing in as the CEO of these clinics. He's the most experienced in the world. He's the most experienced. Over 13,000. He's trained and raised up over 13,000 doctors and clinics around the world. He teaches them how to maximize profits. They have a training system, duplicate. Everything's in place, right? With all of the science that you've heard from Dr. Eric today, we're going to duplicate this thing around the world. We believe that we can do 200 of them. We're going to raise, depending on what part of the world it is, but we're looking at around $5 million per clinic to get all of the equipment in, pay the salaries and payroll for the first year, hire the doctors, do everything that needs to be done. So our first 20 clinics we're going to do here in the United States. It's going to be powerful. And I honestly, guys, I believe that we will have the crowdfunding phase done of that done within the first 30, no more. I believe 30 days, right? You're looking at 100 million. Our biggest month so far in crowdfunding has been $93 million. And it wasn't with a project like this. And so, no doubt in my mind that we can knock out 20 clinics in the first, as far as raising those funds within the first. Look, some of you here today are going to call about, go, okay, I want one all by myself, right? We understand, and it's going to go fast. But 200 clinics is really the benchmark, right? And begin in the first quarter of 2025, we're going to begin the actual execution on those clinics. So we've got teams right now scouting out demographics, scouting out cities. It's going to be such a beautiful model for our community to be able to have ownership in these clinics. And so, guys, we're going to give all the details on that at Vegas. It's going to go live in Vegas. The whole program will be live in Vegas. And it's going to be an absolute disruptor. How many of y'all think the opportunity to get these products into existing doctors' clinics and health centers and influencers, how many of y'all think that's a big, massive market? It's going to be huge. So again, we're not going to share details on that business model because it's not relevant until August 17th. But guys, it is going to be so powerful to be able to create this harmony where we have a peer-to-peer economy, a community-driven ecosystem, in partnership with building a global brand, in partnership with doctors and clinics and all around the world who, again, this is separate from the BioLimitless, right? These are independent practices or health centers or social influencers, whatever it might be, who say, we want to bring this product, we want to add this product to our repertoire, and to be able to go out and establish that presence and really, I guess, leverage your time and energy and effort on a big scale. It's going to be massive. It's going to be massive, huge win for the community. So many exciting things are happening. I believe this. We're going to do the most difficult challenge and we're going to all work together on this. We have some top leaders who have already stepped up. But how many of y'all agree the biggest thing we're going to deliver on August 17th is we're going to take a very complex story and we're going to make it simple, right? And how many of you agree we accomplished that and this thing is game over? If I can send you a short video that you can watch, and at the end of the video you somehow understand the context of what all was said today in a way that goes, I get it, I love it, I want it. How many of y'all agree that's the secret to this whole thing, right? We're gonna put this thing on autopilot. We've got some of those. And listen, if any of you are specialists in that area, I've had several top leaders, 8-figure earners in the industry, reach out and say, okay, we know what's got to be done. We got to create a 3-minute video. We got to create a boom. This has to be done. And we've got a team that's working and executing on that. We're going to deliver that at a whole marketing system that's going to be so turnkey, so simple to use. It's going to be powerful. The second component that's going to turn this thing on, this is where we already know how big this is going to be, and it's the product experience. We can get as excited as we want. We can create the best videos in the world. We can create the biggest financial success stories out there. That's all great. But at the end of the day, how many of y'all agree? When people take the product and go, oh my God, I want this forever, and everyone I love needs to be taking this. That's where the game changes, right? That's where this thing just kicks in a hyperdrive. Trust me, we would not have come this far. We would not be where we are today if we don't already know that result. I personally, all of the peptides that are in this product, I take those peptides as injections. I can tell you one quick story on C-Max, and there's another that we'll be rolling out called C-Length. Literally just changed my life. Like literally changed my life. I have dealt with mental fog. I have dealt with fatigue. I've dealt with different things from a mental health perspective. And I've tried everything. I tried all that. There's 2 things that turned things around for me last year. Number 1 was I did my DNA test. And I found out that I have that MTHFR gene defect that Dr. Eric was talking about. About 50% of people, Dr. Eric said in America might be 70% of people have that. What that means is that my body does not methylate. When your body doesn't methylate, there's a lot of things that happen. Number 1, I've been taking the wrong B vitamins my entire life. Because my body will not break down synthetic B vitamins. I needed to be taking methylated vitamin B. Number 1. Number 2, because as a result of that, my body wasn't producing glutathione. Glutathione is the number 1 antioxidant in the body that removes toxins. Well, I must admit, when I was young, I think I put a lot of toxins in. And I found out that my DNA just held on to those suckers, right? Just say, we're gonna hold on to you. So what I found out is as a result of that DNA thing, gluten is my kryptonite. People with the MTHFR gene defect, and I had all 2 or 3 of those defects, all of them were activated in my DNA. Gluten shuts down any last, for someone that DNA makeup, any last chance of your body getting that job done of detoxifying, of methylating, etc. And gluten was my kryptonite. And so it was a transformative experience. Because I lived a gluten-heavy life at that time. I was gluten-heavy. I ate a lot of breads, a lot of pastas. I was gluten-heavy. Now, I'm not gluten-free, but I'm gluten-light. I told Ryan and Lydia, when that happened, I tried to go gluten-free that week. I said, I figured out what gluten is. They go, really? I said, yeah, gluten is that thing in your food that keeps it from tasting like cardboard. But no, it's been amazing. But number 2, the peptides. The peptides activated some things in my life, in my brain. Instantly felt the difference. Instantly, more energy, more focus, the cloudiness, it was incredible. And so I've experienced the products. when the world gets to experience this, it's game over, right? So we've got a whole play here, guys. We got a whole setup. We know what we're doing to disrupt the industry. What I love about Dr. Eric and where our alignment really comes in, we're all about transparency. We're all about being real, doing what's real. And the science and what he has been doing his whole career is the most real thing that I've ever seen in this space. And to hear the doctors that were coming up today, many of them came to me. Dr. Eric was telling me some amazing stories that are in this room today. We're in front of something really big. I was talking to a top leader that's here as a guest here today, and a crazy, crazy story. So one of Josh Tenney's really close friends from Texas, Josh posted a picture on social media with him and Dr. Eric together. Well, Josh's friend's a big 7-figure networker, built, some big companies and experienced whatever. His wife sees the picture and goes, "What is Josh doing with Dr. Eric?" They came up and told me their story. She said, "Dr. Eric saved my..." Now, she lives in Texas. Said, "Dr. Eric..." There they are. Dr. Eric, I'm going to have... Go ahead, stand up, you guys. Stand up. She said, "Dr. Eric saved my life. Nothing was working. I went everywhere, and I went to his clinics. He did what he talked about here today, and literally saved and changed my life forever." And so here's Josh Denny, top 7-figure, 8-figure income earner who's friends with your husband. And then he posts on social media standing next to Dr. Eric. She goes, "That's the doctor that saved my life." And they said, okay, their electricity is out right now in Texas. They had a big hurricane come through all this, and they're here in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, that's powerful, right? Because it's real. It's real, right? It's real. This science is changing people's lives. And so August 17th, guys, we have an opportunity to really leverage this moment. We've got 30 days or so, 35 days to really work together to create that momentum, to get a lot of people to show up and come to that event. And I'm telling you, it's the smartest leverage decision you and I can make right now is how many people will you have with you at that Las Vegas event, because it's going to be a home run. And we're all going to go home with the product that day at the event, and it's going to be really, really powerful. So, hey, I want to recognize real quick. So if you've been a part of our community, our Limitless community, and you are a ring earner or you are a legend, you've reached the rank of legend in Limitless, would you guys stand up? If you're here today and you're a pace setter leader, a ring earner, or you've reached the legend position, guys, give it up for these leaders. Incredible high five. They have been the backbone of everything that we've been able to do up until now. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of revenue, hundreds and hundreds of millions paid out in the rewards plan. Over 200,000 people around the world have joined this decentralized crowdfunding movement, and we've never been able to do business in the U.S. These guys had to build outside of the U.S. They had to build only in a certain demographic of institutional investors. And for the first time ever, we get to bring the power of this platform in the United States of America, launch a project right in the heart of where we believe disruption can occur, and in partnership with Dr. Eric. So we've all worked really hard to get to this moment. Edward and I, we just want to say we love you guys. Thank you guys. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for the foundation that you guys laid with us in the trenches. It's incredible. So what I would love to do, if you are, I'll tell you what, I want to have some of you guys come on and just share a few words. So if you're a pace setter, if you just now stood up and you would like to come up and share a few words, I'll leave it up to you. We please don't all stay seated. We need some of you to come up here. But if you would like to come up and share a few words, if you were one of the leaders that just stood and you would like to come up and share a few words, please do so right now. Let's give it up for these leaders. I would love for Josh to come up too if he's still in the room. Rabu, I would love for you to come up. Rabu really helped us launch this thing in a major way. Awesome. All right, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and just share a few words with us here. What you think about what we're doing next. So we'll.
Jim Sparger from the Woodlands, Texas. Curtis, my business partner, and I got involved in March 30th of 21, and we've been very blessed with this opportunity, and it just gets better and better. We're very excited to be able to build in the United States for the very first time, and what you all just got to see is just a starting of what Josh says. We're going to crusade it. And if you allow it to be a crusade and not be about the money will come. Because your heart's really in the crusade. If it's about the money, that's where your heart's at. And I can tell you with my own experience, when you have it in your heart to help and make this world a better place than what you were born into it, the money will be there.
Yeah, my name's Curtis Spartan. Like Jim said, we're business partners in this business, and been friends for many years, and just blessed to have him as a business partner. And a lot of our team is here, and blessed to have all you guys to get, all of us in the position we're in now. And we've done very well with this community, and with Jeremy, Edward, and Ilya's vision for what we have. They always have great projects, and we're just glad to be a part of it. And thank you guys for everyone showing up.
Hey guys, name's Ken Wilson, Pacesetter. Appreciate you guys. Been here from the start, from the pre-game, launching in January, having our rough spots and growing through them. And I'll tell you one thing, guys. The leadership that we're with, their transparency, authenticity, and they're always looking for the best of the smallest person in the room. And they're always willing to take time to help that person. And you can't get that anywhere else. 3.5, 4 years now, consistent integrity, doing the next right thing to the best of our ability. Can't ask to be part of a better program than that. Wish us well.
Okay, first of all, I have to say, my name's Nadine Zatello. To God be all the glory. He's the one who told me to get involved in this business in the first place. I did it, and I've been blessed ever since. I'm under Jim, Curtis, and Yacht and Cecilia, and my partner is Chick Carter. I'm one of those small potatoes type of person, right? I just lost my job twice. I was making about $200,000 a year, not a big deal, but I was making good money for a single girl. Lost my job twice during the pandemic, and I got in January of 22. And I've been living on what I was able to take out of Daisy, and I only made like $8,000 last year from income, but I made enough money to live with what I got from Daisy. And this is for everybody, and it has a lot to do with trusting the people that are above us. I don't know Jeremy on a personal level. I just know him from being involved in Edward and Ilya. But I really trust these guys. I know we're only supposed to trust God, but you know what? They come the closest to always looking out for everybody. They will lay their life down for us, and they've proven it over and over again.
Hi, I'm Bridget Augusta, and I'm from Nebraska. I have been in corporate communications for 25 years, global communications, and I've had to observe a lot of leaders along the way. And I think the biggest thing that impresses me the most is the leadership, and they will always do what's right for this community, but then it's also about the community, and they will take the ideas and input that you have. And so I really appreciate the communication from being a communication person. Edward, I know that there's, and Jeremy, and there's so many challenges with any type of startup, and there's always going to be those challenges, but they always step up and do the right thing. And I think that, a lot of times people want to have everything right now, and they want it to be fast. But sometimes you have to just make sure that you have the right things in place. Because, again, if we want to have a long-standing company or a project that we want to be a part of, we got to make sure the right things are in place at the right time. So it can't always be fast sometimes, as fast as we want them, but it's got to be done right because we have the right people in place.
How y'all doing? I'm Michael Southwood. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I've been in this arena for 36 years. Long time. I tell everybody I had long hair when I started, and I'm just a lot more aerodynamic now. So I want y'all to realize I've been in the pre-launch of a lot of companies. I've done what Jeremy said and had the rug ripped out 4 or 5 years of building massive groups, and then it's gone. So when Edward and Jeremy and now Dr. Eric say something, just know this, it's solid. It's solid. And we're really excited to finally be able to do this in the U.S. But I want you all to understand, Ilya is just as humble but as smart as the rest of the leaders. And when you all go to Vegas, I want you to think about this. How many of you wish you had more people here today? You know, about 25 years ago, I came up with a term called BITS, butts in the seats. It doesn't matter about you. It matters how many people you have with you, because the most exciting part isn't when Dr. Eric or Edward or Jeremy is up here telling you a story and you're going, wow, this is crazy, this is amazing. It's when you look over and you see your friends and your family and they're just going, oh my gosh, I need to give you an Italian hug, Steve. You know, because it's just crazy, the enthusiasm, but also there's no way that any of us can tell the story of meeting people from Japan, meeting people from Germany, meeting people from wherever in the world, and this is going to start quickly. This isn't a build a program to hopefully expand. Because of Edward and Jeremy and Ilya and Dr. Eric, this is a program that is ready, preset for a global launch instantaneously. And I want you all to realize that doesn't happen typically. So with that, I look forward to seeing all of you in Vegas. And I will tell you one trick that I learned. Tell everybody you're inviting. I will guarantee if you come up to me after the event and you don't think it was worth it, I'll give you your money back. Not one time in 36 years has anyone ever come up to me and asked for their money back. These events are what build your business, period.
Don't worry, I'm going to keep it short. Just real quick, first of all, I wanted to thank my sponsor, Josh and Angel. Miss B and I are very grateful for being invited to the first opportunity. And the thing is, I'm just going to repeat what you've heard a number of times. And it's not a coincidence. The one thing you're going to hear every time is we keep talking about the leaders, right? When we first were introduced to our first project, we had no idea what it was about. We trusted the people who introduced us. And then the leaders performed. Then that project finished and we moved to the next one. We had no idea what that was either. But we came in, we had problems, we had challenges, but again, the leaders performed. And again, you'll hear about ideas. You can have a great product and poor leadership and it won't be successful. You can have an average product but great leadership and it'll be massively successful. Fortunately, we have a great product and great leadership. So for those doctors who are here, or for those people who have not participated in anything before, hear the one thing. We've got very successful people up here, and we're all talking about the leaders. We're talking about the people, Jeremy, Edward, and Ilya, Dr. Eric, who are performing for us, who have come to the fore. When there's been a problem, when it's been good, you hear from the leaders. We've had major problems along the way. The leaders are always there. When we have a Zoom call, they're there. We talk about it. We get through it. So for those of you who are looking at this for the first time, again, I'm just going to brag on the leaders over and over again. The fact we have a phenomenal product as well, that's fantastic. But again, it's all about the leadership. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Noel Nagnot from Los Angeles, and I'm really very excited to be here. And first of all, I thank our leadership, our founders, because they brought us this incredible opportunity for everyone to take part of this. And I joined this crusade since day one, and until now, I'm still here. We had a lot of challenges. I don't care about the noise out there, but I just focus on building. And I thank God I'm one of those that I see our team, especially my Europe team. We went to Dubai, over 1,000 people, and I see Las Vegas more as we are in our home court. And I brought some leaders here also today, and imagine, I just tell you this, when I understand the model, build one team, multiple stream of income and different disruptive industry, and we are in just the beginning of the beginning, so we are just warming up. Imagine that. And all your genealogy in the blockchain, so it's incredible with all this powerful product. The leadership is amazing, and also with Dr. Eric, with this new launching, wow. I cannot say anything but thank God, and this is the first time in history that I earned multiple seven digits income in my over 20 years in this industry. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Tuan. I am his brother. Nah, I'm just kidding. No, it's not true. It looks like it, but I mean, we are. All right, guys. Sorry, that's my last joke. My background is I do nails. I'm just kidding. I don't do nails. Don't ever repeat that, because if you do, you're racist. I can do it. It's fine. All right. So just kidding. My name is Tuan, and my background was I didn't really have a background. I was a college student. And then I actually found this industry when I was 18, 19. So I've been in the industry for quite some time. What I'm excited about is that this project is very, very exciting. The founders, I absolutely trust them. Everything they've ever done, they've done it with the highest integrity. They put pure passion behind what they're doing. I trust them. And it's very hard to find in this industry. And I actually really love it. I've been with this organization for, I think, 3 years, and I just love the people. We could be selling used toothpicks, to be honest with you. I actually love the community. But the good news, we don't sell used toothpicks. We have an amazing product. I personally have been using peptides, BPC 157. I've taken that for my pain with like tennis elbow. Anyone ever had any tennis elbow or like anything that with your shoulders and stuff like that? It's been amazing. And other peptides. So I absolutely believe in these products. Can't wait to actually use them. And I'm looking forward to seeing where the future holds. So thank you so much. All right.
I love this man. Juan and I see eye to eye on a lot of things. Look, Josh Danny here. There's a few things that I'll say. First off, before I even get going, I'm just honored to be partners with this amazing man, Mr. Angel Lee. You're going to hear from him in a minute, but a lot of us are here because of him. And so I'm honored to be with him. Also, a gentleman by the name of Mo Kamarsi. Mo's not here because he can't be, but he will be in Vegas. So I'm excited about that. Mo's a champion. So I'm honored to just be a part of a great team. And there's so many of my friends that are here that I've been with for 20 years, 20 plus years. Jeremy, Rabu, Tuan, and we go back a long time. And some people that are in the room that I can't mention their names because they're covert, they're undercover. And another great leader, B. I know you can't be exposed just yet either, but I think that's going to change for a lot of us once we see what this is, because it is truly perfect timing. Perfect timing on several fronts. One is the market distrust for big pharma, for what's happened in the past. Like, people are fed up with it. I can just tell you everywhere I go, people are, I'm done with that. What's the solution, though? I need leadership. I need direction. I need something that's real, not BS. And we found that with Dr. Naputi. We found that. Jeremy, thank you so much. When I was already on the peptide journey, you're either going to spend money now on your health and you're going to live a better quality life, or at the end of your days, you'll spend everything you've accumulated in your whole life to try to fix it, won't you? We have an opportunity right now, not just to make money. Look, a lot of you made fortunes, but we can give something better. Health, vitality, something that's genuine, real, and crusade something that's necessary right now. And that goes into the second part of the market timing, which is peptides. This is revolutionary. People are hearing about it. I just recently heard about it. I'm like, this is great. I started 6 months ago. My life has changed. I don't know if some of you saw me before. I was working on my before picture. It's just way better. Not just physical, but mentally, spiritually, and every other way. When we get to give that gift to people with this and then benefit from it. This is a phased launch. It's not just something that's put together, thrown together. Hey, we're going to just do this thing. It's very well calculated, thought out, and you can see how it's done. This is going to be an incredible way for us to focus and build something and layer it and really bring something special. And lastly is the compensation structure. For those of you that didn't really understand, a lot of you that are in already, you understand what the power of this. But finally, like those of you that are new, and some of you are 7- and 8-figure earners, I can't mention your name because, again, you're already getting big checks in another deal and you're looking at this. You can benefit from us. I mean, it wasn't some of the, I wish I was in the beginning. No, you don't. Maybe. It was challenging. Yeah, it was a challenge. Some of you, yeah, but it was challenging. But look, for those of you getting in, because of the way the pools work, you can benefit from our production. You can come in and do the thing that you need to do. And even though we've got here before you, you can still benefit and override us in a way. I think that's brilliant, the way you put that together. It's not a company. It's a smart contract. So I'm excited to be here. I'm honored to work with you. Finally, I get to be out in the public and go full-on crusader mode. So I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you and building a dynasty, and I'll see you in Vegas.
Wow, that's hard to follow. Thank you, sir. You're amazing. First, thank you, Josh, my partner. I appreciate you so much. In case you haven't noticed, there's before and after. This is the before. This is the after. My name's Angel Lee. I'm thankful to be here. We were here in the very beginning 3 years ago or so when he started this. Like many of you, we've had some successes. I've made multiple fortunes in the industry, retired 20 years ago. So we weren't looking, but I'm thankful to Jeremy, thankful to Edward, thankful to Eli for starting this. It is amazing. Thankful to some of you that can't be up here on stage, and thankful to all of you that are here on stage. Thank you. Is there something more important than money? Yeah. Health, relationships, love, people you care about. This can help. The things that are more important than money. And by the way, when you do things that are more important than money, you make a lot of money. But you also create something that you can't buy. Legacy. So thank you for being here. For those that are here from all around the world, thank you. Our home's in Tokyo, too. For those in Japan, domo arigato. Thank you very much for being here. And that being said, let's crusade this. Is that what you said? Yes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian from Edmonton, Alberta. Woo! I got a fan. First thing I want to say is thank you to the founders. It's been awesome. I had retired during COVID. I was in the financial industry. And before that, I was an aeronautical engineer. And I had this vision of building a legacy for my family, and I hadn't made it. So when this came along, when this project came along, the first project we talked about with Daisy, and followed up with blockchain sports, literally, man, what was handed to me was the legacy I had been looking for. I'm not stopping, but I could stop. I'd be done. The legacy built now for my family. When this BioLimitless thing came along for me, like I got to come from a big family. I got 8 brothers and 6 sisters, and plus all the brothers and sisters. I mean, their husbands and wives and all the kids. Is about 200 of us. Well, and there's something in our DNA that's like there's cardiovascular disease, there's diabetes, all kinds of bad stuff happening, and some of my family has passed. There's 3 have passed just in the last two during COVID. And so when this came along, I'm thinking, oh, there's another part of that legacy that I can fulfill, and that is going back to our family, and helping them to live a better life. You know, we're all in our getting old now, and aging is upon us in a big way, and going the other way now. I can see it. I don't know, like my personal experience with stem cell and everything we talked about here today. I personally had an experience. I was parachuting. I was in Europe, and I cracked L2. I landed and on my back and cracked L2. So I went to this clinic, and I ended up getting 50 billion stem cells on one side of like you put 4 needles on one side of my back, 4 needles on the other side. And what happened to me was before this all, like I didn't know this was going to get fixed or anything. From the time this happened 40 years ago, this accident happened 40 years ago. So I was in the middle of the night, about 6 hours into my sleep. I'd wake up with this major pain back. I couldn't really. So I had to get up. I do about 6-7 hours a night, and that's it. So anyway, this client, they said, well, we can fix it. I think we can fix that. So you put 4 needles on my left side of my back where the injury was, and 4 on the other side, and injected 50 billion stem cells on the one side and into the 4 needles, and did the same thing on the other side. And then they did ozone therapy, which is talked about that already here with Dr. Eric. And that night, the first night I slept without pain in my back, and this is 3 weeks ago, and it's been the same ever since. So this stuff really works. Okay, it really works. What you're going to find is that some of these aches and pains are going to go away. Some of these foggy things that's happening in your, like most of us talk about, that's going to go away. But I am so grateful to be here. And one thing I want to say before I part, for those of you that are here as guests, maybe your doctors or whoever you are, I would talk to the person who invited you to come here, ask them about blockchain sports. About 35 days left for that. Okay, it's another 35-day cutoff on that. So talk to the people that got you here and listen to what they might have to say to you about blockchain.
Wow. Rabu Gary from New Jersey. How's everybody doing? All right. Real quick, who's here for the first time? Could you raise your hand? Put them real high. Okay. I'm extremely excited for you guys. I'll tell you why. And first of all, you'll keep hearing consistently about the founders. They're not just founders, they are friends. And friends do right by friends. Literally. For those who've been in the network marketing industry for years, like some of us have been, it can be up and down. Like any business, there's challenges, but we've had tremendous ups and recalculate moments. I don't even want to call them challenges, just recalculate moments. For the new folks who are here, I promise you, like, we broke every record in the networking industry without a product. I want y'all to think about that. For all the doctors in here who never did network marketing or whatever, he throws one of those pyramid deals or what have you, we broke every record without a product. Now we have products. It's what's going to happen. What's going to happen. I want you guys to see this, like you can see your hand in front of your face. We're going to explode. We're exploding already. It's been 4 years. And collectively, at the time, it's in the middle of a pandemic, we all set out to social media, and we blew up the world. This is just the beginning because we have a story behind it. So for all the new folks, especially those who are networkers who've been in the game for a while, who've been in networking for a while, you're not going to understand what's going to go on. I promise you. It's just going to explode. We don't want to get income stories, but most of you will probably make more money you've ever made in your life. Serious. You'll grow bigger teams than you've ever grown, and you will not have to work so hard. The dream is to put something in place and let it go forever. You'll work in the beginning, but then you'll just start to see things explode. So I'm going to challenge everyone. So obviously everyone here is going to be in Vegas, right? I'll challenge everyone to be in Vegas. You want to be in Vegas. Between now and August 17th, try this on for size. If you do this, I promise you, when we launch, you'll have success that you probably never had in your life. Everybody hit social media now because we can do it now. We couldn't do this in the United States at all. So now we have the right to, promote in the United States. Hit social media very hard. Because what's going to happen, and for those who aren't on social media, you might want to get a Facebook account or an Instagram account. Trust me when I say this. What's going to happen when you're talking about this, you're going to have friends that's going to see us talking about it. And they're going to connect the dots. And we'll validate, as Josh said, we'll validate for you. Trust me. Just keep talking about it, keep talking about it, keep talking about it. We may be in capacity with Vegas. Where's it going to be in Vegas? The location? Yeah, the Orleans Arena. We might need 2 of them. Literally. We did this before. For those who follow hip-hop music, whatever, as Meek Mill said, he did it without an album. We did it without a product. So this is going to explode. And I promise you, and we can say this from experience, this will be maybe the best run you've ever had in your life. And it's a continuous run because we haven't stopped and we're just getting started. And so, again, we don't just have founders, we have friends. And you're going to hear over and over and over the founders. And it's a testament to their due diligence, their trust, their leadership. That's how we grow. and everyone in here will add to it. And I can't say this enough. I promise you, you're going to see things that you've never seen before. And there are people here who've made millions of dollars, we know. Okay? The money you've made in the past will pale in comparison. And I'm going to talk about the money for a second. Will pale in comparison to the money you make within the next 12 months to 24 months. Because we did it before. And now we're going to do it stronger and better. So, Jeremy, back to you, my friend.
Brother. Man, y'all give it up for these top leaders, man. It's so cool. Love you guys. Thank you. It's cool because so many of our events, a lot of these guys, couldn't get on stage and talk because our last couple of projects were financial projects. And so we didn't promote in the U.S. And that's what Rabu meant when he said, this is the first time we have physical products, the first time we have a physical actual product. It's exciting for us. So we're going to close out. Here's what we're going to do. I just confirmed with Dr. Eric. This Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to do a global webinar. We're going to have all of our global webinars that we do. We translate in about 11 languages live on those calls. We have different translation channels. We've got folks all over the world speak every different language, and so we're going to have all of our translation channels available. Thousands and thousands of people will be on that call. But this will be the very first time ever in the history of our decentralized crowdfunding community that we are doing a live global call open in the United States of America. It's going to be big. We're going to obviously not do 6 hours like today, but we're going to take the slides, compress that presentation. Dr. Eric is going to come from the heart and deliver the story to the world. And ultimately, here's what we're going to start doing from here for the next 30 days that we have. We're going to do a series of webinars. Teams, leaders are going to do webinars. Dr. Eric is all in to do whatever it takes to really make sure that Las Vegas is a huge success, because we know that is the launch pad. And so the whole purpose now for the next 30 days with this call on Wednesday and all the subsequent calls that we're going to have is we want to just begin to create that undercurrent, that buzz leading into Vegas, where we get the word out to this industry, to doctors, to influencers, and really give the right people that opportunity to get in front of what we have coming next. I think the biggest thing we have going, one of the biggest things we have going for us right now is talking to one of the leaders earlier. So many companies chase trends. And you never win by chasing trends. You never want to be behind a trend. You never want to be behind a trend. That's like chasing a wave. You want to get in front of the trend. You want to be there before the market gets there, and you want to be there first. And that's exactly the moment that we have right now, is to be in front of this trend, to be where the market is going before the market gets there. It's that real. It's that big. So Wednesday night, we're going to send out a Zoom link. We'll do it at, I'll tell you what, let's do it. Let's use the same website that we use to register for this event. We'll have a Zoom link there at mylimitlessevents.com. So mylimitlessevents.com. There'll be a Zoom link there for Wednesday night. Last thing, this is very important for those of you. Raise your hand if you stayed at the hotel here at the Hyatt Regency. Awesome. Okay, so here's what we need you to do. If you stay at the hotel, we need you to take literally 30 seconds. Go to mylimitlessevents.com / I'll send the link out, but I think it's /rooms, ROOMS. And if you stayed in this hotel, three quick questions. Your name, how many nights you were here, and how many rooms you booked on your name. The reason is we had a block of rooms for this hotel. Some people booked through the block of rooms link. Some people booked independently. And we need to make sure that we align the database so we can show the hotel, these are all of the people from our group that stayed at the hotel while they were here. Otherwise, we got to come out of pocket and pay a bunch of extra money. And we know that we have way more people here at the hotel than we need. So we just want to make sure that we have an account of every room that was booked for this event. So if you can go to mylimitlessevents.com /rooms. Dr. Eric, is it rooms or room? It's in that WhatsApp group. Try Room. Room, no S. MyLimitlessEvents.com/room. ROOM. Thank you guys. Just I think literally it's like name and whatever. It's real quick. But just so we can have, that data and we can reconcile that with the hotel. Same website, MyLimitlessEvents.com. Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do a global webinar so that Dr. Eric can share with all of your network and all of our people around the world who have most of the folks don't even know the name yet of the project, even in our community, because the NDAs were that tight. So, we're going to be announcing this project globally. It's going to be powerful, so you can invite people from all over the world, to that call on a Wednesday. So, all right, guys, we're going to take, we're done. We're going to break, everybody, whatever, but we do have, food, it may be out there already, but in 15 minutes, at 4 o'clock for sure it'll be set up. We've got, some light refreshments, some nachos, quesadillas. We got some beer, wine, and drinks out there. So let's hang out. Let's fellowship. I know a lot of you wanted to take pictures and all that kind of stuff. So this is a great time to do all of that. So great to be here with everybody. God bless you. Love you guys.